Two legs and stuff. Nothing. Just take a shot. And let's see. There comes shots. Yeah, so I guess those two.
Is it okay if I come back?
Yeah. Same sense. That's it. Last about them having meetings in here and usually outside for city reporter thing. Okay, let's go. Public health also. Interesting, you know, right, that's never heard. I mean, it's, well, I got a question here on why they should. Outside. Was water used on your. I know, I know, I should. No, I don't. I just want to add. Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The July 15th, 2026 meeting of the City Council will now come to order at 6 p.m. Winnie, may we have roll call, please?
Jessica Ayers. Here. Nick Card.
Here.
Kevin Keating.
Here.
Mike Curlinger.
Here.
John Quinn.
Here.
Zach Smith. Kevin Stein. And Garrett West.
Here.
We have 6 present.
Thank you. We have a quorum. Agenda item 20, City Manager reports. Mr. Vile.
Mayor, Council, John Bile, your interim city manager. Just a few positive things to share with you tonight on some things that are going on at the city. First of all, Council requested a couple of months ago that for our 250th anniversary for our country that the city have an activity. And so Mr. Rosenthal and his staff hosted the first ever Red, White, and Pool event at Rogue X. It was attended well. Over 650 attendees. I think they were like one hot dog short of selling out. But it was very well attended. People, did swimming, they had an open gym, sports, the food, and it was a good time, and it really sets a stage for kind of an annual event that the park staff is looking forward to, and it turned out really, really well. So kind of thank you for that, and thank you, Mr. Rosenthal, and your staff for a job well done. On Monday, we had the opportunity to present to the Chamber of Commerce and provide a State of the City address to a large audience at the Chamber. And we highlighted a whole series of projects, the partnerships and initiatives that the city is undertaking right now. We appreciate the time for Councilor Ayers, Councilor Card, and our mayor in participating in a panel to answer discussions, and it was well attended. Our focus was showing the Chamber on the work, the investments, and the partnerships that we're doing are really preparing the city to address today's problems and preparing us for tomorrow. And as I noted, it was well attended. We got a lot of positive comments on what we presented, and kind of the overwhelming thing that we heard was they liked hearing a summary of all the good things that the city's working on and that we're doing, and we are doing a lot. On Tuesday, we had a Coffee with the Cops event. It was held at the Starbucks on McAndrews Road. 80 people showed up and had informal conversations and able to talk with our police officers and command staff and answer their questions. It's a fun event. It was well attended, and we just appreciate Chief Arnold and his staff taking the time to go meet with the citizens and have one-on-one conversations. I think the people that attend really have a good time, and those that attend look forward to this event and enjoy it. So thank you, Chief Arnold. So the city manager we opened the first group, we had the first time that we're going to take a look and see who is applying and where we stand. Note that we had 31 applicants. We actually have 32 applicants at this point. 12 of them are from Oregon, and one of the emphasis is that we had in this process is we wanted to see someone who knew Oregon, was familiar, but we also have applications all the way from somebody from New York City to Alaska. So a wide range of people that are showing interest in this position. Like I say, 32 applications right now. In the first week of August, we will be having the subcommittee get together and receive the application packets to start reviewing them. And just remind you that subcommittee is Councilor Stein, Card, West, and Curlinger. And they'll take that, provide some feedback to our consultant on narrowing that list down a little bit on who they'd like to move forward through the interview process. So that process is, like I say, starting in the first part of August and then continuing until we make an ultimate hire. Mayor and Council, one of the things that staff have received very clear direction from you is that we look for opportunities to partner with both public and private sector folks to help our community improve and help our community accomplish good things. This is just a great example. The City of Talent found themselves needing to update their floodplain ordinance and their floodplain work. Problem is, they didn't have any staff that were certified to do that work. And so we partnered with the City of Talent. Liz Hamlin, a member in our planning department, is certified to do this work. She worked with them on the floodplain update, provided her technical expertise, and the bottom line is, as noted here in this slide, she took the rating from a Class 8 to a Class 7, and that resulted in a 15% flood insurance savings for anybody developing or owning property within the floodplain. So just a neat example. They did pay us for Liz's time, so we were reimbursed for it, but did some great work and helped the City of Talent out. And you have been very busy, and we're going to have a council break starting tomorrow to the August 4th, and I know no one is complaining about that. But when you get back, we do have some items on August 5th to continue, and then August 12th, we have a study session. So unless there's any questions, that concludes my report, Mayor.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions? Super. On to agenda item 30, starting with employee recognitions. Human Resources Director Bonnie Barish is here to recognize 3 employee anniversaries and announce the Employee of the Quarter.
Mayor Council, Bonnie Barish, your HR Director, and I have the privilege of recognizing great experienced employees today. I think we have over 70 years of experience that we're going to talk about. So our first person that we are recognizing is Jennifer Sparacino, who is our office administrator in our fire department. She has had 20 years of service. So Jennifer's being recognized for those 20 years. She has been dedicated to the city of Medford in a few capacities. She began her career in the city in the finance department as a financial support technician before moving to the city manager's office as executive support technician, where she managed the city's community development block grant program. And then she spent the next 10 years serving as the office administrator for Parks, Recreation, and Facilities before joining the fire department in 2023, where she continues to serve as office administrator. Throughout her 20-year career, Jennifer has built a reputation as being knowledgeable, dependable, and dedicated employee. Having worked in several city departments, she's developed strong relationships across the organization and a unique understanding of how the departments work together to serve the Medford community. Her willingness to help others, her attention to detail, and her commitment to excellent public service has made her a valuable member of the team, and she has been just amazing. Outside of work, Jennifer enjoys camping, attending concerts, cheering on her favorite teams, San Francisco Giants, and the San Francisco 49ers. I think there's some influence from someone called Mayor Sparacino. Former mayor. Jennifer's 20 years of service reflect her dedication to the city of Medford and the many employees and community members she has supported along the way. Her professionalism, positive attitude, and commitment to public service have made a lasting impact on the organization. So please join me in congratulating Jennifer. And Jennifer, thank you for your 20 years of outstanding service to the city of Medford. Thanks, Jennifer. Our next recognition is Josh Reimer, who could not be here today. He is a police sergeant and he has 20 years of service, so please congratulate Josh on those 20 years. Next is the service anniversary of Daryl, but we call him DJ Graham, one of my favorite people, Deputy Police Chief with 30 years of service. He's being recognized for those 30 years tonight, and over the past 3 decades, he has served in nearly every level of the organization, earning the respect of his colleagues throughout his steady leadership, professionalism, and genuine commitment to both the department and the community. Throughout his career, he's played an important role in patrol operations, employee development, professional standards, labor relations, and building strong relationships within our community. As Deputy Chief of Operations, DJ has helped guide the department through some of its most significant challenges, including the Alameda fire, the COVID-19 pandemic, civil unrest, and the continued expansion of mental health response and regional partnerships. He has also been instrumental in training, strategic planning, and initiatives that strengthen public trust and improve our service to the community. One of DJ's greatest strengths has always been his willingness to mentor others. He is known for his calm approach, thoughtful communication, and ability to lead with both confidence and humility. His dedication has been recognized throughout his career with numerous meritorious service, life-saving, and outstanding achievement awards, as well as recognition from the city manager. Outside of work, DJ is a devoted husband and father who enjoys hunting, camping, and cheering on his Oregon Ducks. That's the next saying around the city. Many of them know as the person who never misses an opportunity to enthusiastically remind everyone, go Ducks. DJ's 30 years of service reflect an unwavering commitment to public safety, the city of Medford, and the people he has served alongside. His leadership, integrity, and dedication have a lasting impact on the police department and our community. So please join me in congratulating DJ on his 30 years of outstanding service with the city of Medford. Congratulations, DJ. And now we'll continue. Let me introduce our police chief, Trevor Arnold.
I knew DJ was going to yell out, "Go Ducks." He wouldn't miss an opportunity. Mayor and Council, I'm Trevor Arnold, your police chief. It's my privilege tonight to recognize Ed Rudolph, forensic technician with the Medford Police Department, as the City of Medford's Employee of the Quarter. Ed was nominated by members of our detective division, and their nomination speaks clearly to the impact he has made on our department. As a forensic technician, Ed holds a position that requires exceptional integrity, precision, and trust. He's responsible for critical work involving crime scenes, evidence, and investigative support. Work that often happens behind the scenes, but is essential to the pursuit of justice and service to this community. What stands out about Ed is not only the quality of his work, but the way he approaches it. His coworkers describe him as meticulous, dependable, and proactive. They noted that Ed does not wait to be asked. He anticipates needs, identifies problems, and brings forward solutions. Detectives know they can leave a crime scene in his hands and continue their investigation with complete confidence in the quality and care of his work. Ed also reflects the city core values in a very meaningful way. He demonstrates integrity through his careful handling of evidence and commitment to doing things the right way. He shows accountability by taking ownership of his responsibilities and continually looking for ways to improve our processes. He demonstrates caring in how he treats his coworkers and how seriously he takes the role his work plays in each and every investigation. He shows courage by speaking up when something can be improved upon, even in a division with many, many years of combined experience. And he exemplifies teamwork. His nominators describe him as the kind of person they would choose first every single time. Ed came to the Medford Police Department after a distinguished and multifaceted law enforcement career in California. We are fortunate that he chose to continue serving here with us. His experience, professionalism, humility, and character have already made a significant difference for the Medford Police Department and for the community we serve. On behalf of the Medford Police Department, I want to thank Ed for his outstanding service, his commitment to excellence, and the example he sets for all of us. Congratulations, Ed, on being named the City of Medford Employee of the Quarter.
And with that, that concludes our employee recognition.
Well, thank you, Bonnie, and congratulations to our outstanding employees, and thank you for your many years of service to the community. Up next is our Friends of the Park and Recreation Awards. Our Parks and Recreation and Facilities Director, Rich Rosenthal, is here tonight to recognize citizens for their support of our Parks Department. Just a second. Just so prior to that, Rich, I just want to point out, it's kind of interesting. We had a presentation about the collaboration of the city with talent, and the point being that, you know, this council is looking for all kinds of opportunities to partner with the community, whether it be public, private, whatever. And I think when we see this full room here and these awards, it's a really outstanding, I guess, reflection of that goal of the community. Normally, I wait until the very end to read proclamations, but I happen to have one which is specific for Parks and Recreation Professionals Day. And considering the time and the amount of people we have here, I think I'd go ahead and like to read that right now. So, whereas the Parks and Recreation field is a diverse and comprehensive system that improves personal, social, environmental, and economic health, and whereas the City of Medford recognizes the importance and benefits of parks and recreation services that enrich the lives of its citizens and help make this community a desirable place to live, work, and visit, and whereas the City of Medford supports the skilled work of parks and recreation professionals to strengthen community cohesion and resiliency, connect people with nature and each other, and provide and promote opportunities for healthful living, social equity, and environmental sustainability. And whereas the City of Medford values the essential services that parks and recreation professionals and volunteers perform to provide recreational developmental enrichment for our children, youth, adults, and older adults, and to ensure our parks and recreation spaces are clean, safe, inclusive, welcoming, and ready to use. Now therefore, I, Michael Zarzynski, Mayor of Medford, do hereby proclaim July 17th, 2026 as Parks and Recreation Professionals Day in the City of Medford, and encourage all citizens to join us in the commemoration. Tough word for me right there.
Thank you for that.
So, Mr. Rosenthal.
Mayor, Council, Rich Rosenthal, your Parks and Recreation Facilities Director, and there are the Oscars, there are the Tonys, there are the Grammys. We have the Parky Awards, the Parkies. Every year since 2005, the Parks and Recreation Commission honors individuals, businesses, and other service groups with the Friends of Medford Parks and Recreation Awards. These are presented annually to recognize contributions to parks and recreation initiatives, and this year marks the 22nd year of the program. And so we have 7 honorees tonight of Parky Awards. In the individual category is Rich Hansen, a staunch advocate of community recreation facilities and programs. Rich served 7 appointed terms on our Parks and Recreation Commission. He served from 2005 until January of 26. Now, during his tenure on the commission, he helped steward and make the public case for notable recreation facilities such as Lithium Driveway Fields and the Rogex and Santo Community Center and many other park projects. So he's the 3rd longest serving Parks and Recreation Commissioner in Medford history. Rich Hansen, Parky Award winner. Come on down, Rich. Okay, the next Parky Award goes to Carla Larson. Carla has volunteered over 500 hours to our department over the past 5 years. Countless cleanups, park cleanup events across the park system, around city facilities. She's there, and she often stays after the event is over. She is a go-getter who often continues working on the site long after we all went home, as I mentioned, and she also volunteers with her church and at the Access Food Pantry on Tuesdays. Carla Larson, come on down. The next Parky goes to Stephen Corellis. Stephen has been the volunteer docent, the tour guide for the historic Eastwood, IOOF Eastwood Cemetery tours for the past 4 years. His tours are extremely popular and informative because of his depth of knowledge and enthusiastic and personable style. He's also a member of our cemetery commission. Congratulations, Stephen Corellis. The next Parky goes to the community service group known as Southern Oregon Veterans Benefit, SOVB. Led by Chairman Ron Cole, the SOVB Board of Directors worked for 12 years to figure out a way to install the 80% replica of the Washington, D.C. Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall that is now open to the public in the northeast corner of Howard Memorial Sports Park. Their patriotic efforts honor over 58,000 men and women who died in the war and the millions who served the country in the country in the armed forces. With deep gratitude, thank you and congratulations, Southern Oregon Veterans Benefit, and the board members are here. Come on down. The next Parky is in the business category, and it is Bill's Backhoe. Bill's Backhoe Service. In honor of his late grandfather who served in Vietnam, Bill's Backhoe owner Devin Meyer was instrumental in making the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall come to fruition. The company donated hundreds of thousands of dollars of material and time over the past 2 years, culminating in the wall's Memorial Day dedication. So thank you and congratulations to Devin Meyer and Bill's Backhoe Service. The next Parkey is in the youth group or organization category, and the winner is Rogue Valley BMX. This 501c3 nonprofit organization has operated the track in Bear Creek Park since the 1980s. The current all-volunteer board, led by Kyle Struthers, Jody Robertson, Brian Tingley, and Paul Robertson, raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for major track improvements that now allow Medford to host state-level events. The club provides active recreation for youth and adults, but mainly youth, averaging approximately 40 riders per race on a weekly basis. They have done an unbelievable job of upgrading that track. Congratulations and thanks to Rogue Valley BMX.
Somebody shake my hand. There we go.
And finally, it's the annual presentation of the Olsrud Family Lifetime Service Award, and this year's recipient is Joe Brett. One of the most recognizable voices and faces of the Rogue Valley sports scene, has been a passionate advocate for community recreation since 1984. He became a founding member of the Medford Parks and Recreation Foundation in 2005, which has since distributed hundreds of thousands of dollars in scholarship funds to Medford families. The former Parks and Recreation Commissioner also co-founded Table Rock Sports Network in 1992 and the Ace Sports Radio in 2023, platforms through which civic recreation services are enthusiastically promoted. Congratulations and thank you to Joe Brett. That concludes the annual Parkey Awards.
All right. Well, thank you, Rich, and congratulations to all of our honorees tonight. And while it's always, just an honor to be nominated, well done for winning. Next up, we have Maslow Project. Cheyenne Nichols is here tonight to provide an update on their work.
Is the presentation that I sent in here somewhere? Do we know?
Alan, you're de facto IT now. Did you realize that?
If it's not, I can just go off the cuff. I just won't have any visuals.
We got Parks Director sneaking up behind you. Maybe that'll go.
Yeah, I sent it this morning. Oh, there it is. The arrows? Okay, great. Thank you so much, Mayor. Oh, let me move this. Mayor and council members for having me. My name is Cheyenne Nichols. I'm a program director at Maslow Project, and I'm here to give you an update specifically on the work that you have been funding with tremendous gratitude. Our mission is to end youth homelessness sooner through a holistic approach that builds resilience and preserves hope. And we are working specifically with youth and families experiencing homelessness in Jackson and Josephine County. And that includes youth and their families with children ages 0 to 18 and youth up to the age of 24. Anyone who is lacking a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence, which is defined by the McKinney-Vento definition of homelessness. And we also serve unaccompanied minors and youth leaving foster care or awaiting a foster care placement. This last year in Medford, we served 1,462 homeless Medford youth and families. We served 662 school-aged children, 120 youth under the age of 5, and a little over 12 remains the average age of youth that we serve. And this image here is a really good descriptor of our holistic approach. So we've got kids at the heart of what we do always, and we are supporting them in their case management, self-sufficiency, and stabilization goals through case management, basic needs support, healthcare, housing, education, and using our drop-in centers as a hub, as well as integrated into our housing and our school-based programs. We're pleased to share that our graduation rate this year, again, was 91%, which is much higher than the state average of youth experiencing homelessness, which is 61%. We're pleased to be the recipients of 4 different funding sources from the City of Medford. ARP, which is coming up on its sunsetting term here in December. CDBG funds, opioid prevention funds, and this upcoming pilot project, which is going to support a KDAC. It's really allowed us to spread the services and support network to our youth and families through a variety of pathways. We couldn't do this without your support. Our ARP fund specifically has supported our work inside of our schools, so it's maintaining engagement with students experiencing homelessness, supporting their basic needs, food, transportation, clothing, hygiene supplies, as well as case management and goal plans. So whatever they need for educational support, medical needs, housing needs, whatever their goals are, and supporting them, and that including that getting to that graduation rate. Also supports a lot of our work in some of our permanent supportive housing programs here in the City of Medford. Our CDBG funds have really supported our drop-in center, which houses all of our clothing closets, our food bank, our diapers and baby supplies, as well as a lot of case management support that happens to families here in Medford, where they're working on those goal plans, coordinating resources, and a lot of overcoming barriers. This newest fund is our opioid prevention work that we've been doing. So we've been a trusted partner in the Medford School District for years. Some of the opioid settlement funding really allowed us to deepen that work, meeting kids before they were really in crisis. And so we were able to dedicate a part-time FTE case manager directly into our middle schools, which we've always served our middle schools, but not quite at the depth that we were able to do with this program. And really strengthened our intervention and prevention services. We really believe that connecting students to positive people, enrichment activities, and engaging them at an early age ensures their prevention long-term in many areas. So this was a natural fit for us. And we've been able to do a lot of substance use education even at the earlier ages. Our program outcomes for this first year was we had 30 in case management in our middle schools. 73% of them made academic progress, as well as 73% were connected to 2 or more supports. That could be positive people in the community, engagement activities, enrichment, and 80% of them made progress on their goal. Some of the barriers that we identified in this first year was just engaging with middle school students during school time, because we know that middle schoolers need to be in seats, need to be in the classroom, and they don't have the same flexibility throughout the day as a high school student would. And we just really want to make sure that we are staying in alignment with teachers and administrators who also want to keep kiddos in their classrooms, as well as just a declining in interest and incentives. We have used incentives in the past to keep kids engaged and excited about participating in things, and that has shifted for us a little bit. So we're putting some kind of new thinking and thought into what's really motivating students right now. As well as parents just not consenting to our engagement. So again, we're talking about a younger demographic, and certain parents just having some hesitation about what case management really means, and that usually just comes from educating them, but it just has been something new that we had to work through this year. And then we're very excited about this upcoming pilot project that you all are supporting us, where we will have an on-site KDAC 2 that's going to be providing walk-in services for youth in our drop-in center, as well as mobile outreach, be able to, do a lot of substance use and prevention education in our drop-in center, and really strengthening those partnerships with law enforcement and crisis response teams all around substance use prevention. We thank you so much for your continued support in ending youth homelessness, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you very much for that presentation. Any questions? Thank you much.
All right, thank you.
Next, under agenda item 30 is the Medford Water Quarterly Update. Brad Taylor's here tonight to provide said update.
Mayor, Council, Brad Taylor, General Manager of Medford Water. Glad to be here tonight. I'm here to present to you an update primarily focused on our Capitol Hill Reservoir construction project. So this project has been lingering for decades is the way I would describe it, but we finally have gotten to a place of understanding the risk that exists up there, which the risk at the heart of it is that any form of a seismic event, even something on the scale of medium, could cause a failure up there that could be pretty significant in terms of our ability to continue to serve the community and keep them in water service. So it became very apparent that this project was needed. There's 3 existing reservoirs up on the site. They were built in 1908, 1924, and 1946, so 2 of those reservoirs over 100 years old, which is a significant period of time. They've served a good life, and we're excited for the opportunity to get a new reservoir up there. I'm going to talk a little bit more about what sort of led to those decisions. So thinking back on those dates, when that first reservoir was built, that was at the transition period from when water was being obtained out of Bear Creek and Medford was transitioning into using the Fish Lake water source, which was 21 miles out of town. And so that first reservoir went in at that time when that source was Fish Lake. The second reservoir came into being at the time when Big Butte Springs water was brought into this community. So that's 31 miles out of town. And the placement of these reservoirs is really driven by that history in terms of understanding hydraulics and how to get water into town efficiently. And then the rest of the system over those years continued to develop, and Capitol Hill became the heart of our system. A lot of distribution comes in and out of that. It would be very difficult and very impractical to rebuild the water system in a way that it has been originally built over the last 100 years. So we often refer to the Capitol Hill Reservoir site as the heart of the Medford water system. And again, that elevation is also very critical in terms of the placement of this reservoir. There's not a lot of opportunity in town at this elevation to build additional reservoirs. Medford Water has the property, so it made a lot of sense for us to continue to invest in this facility at this location. So stepping back a little bit about connecting this to our broader sort of 10-year strategy around improving our backbones connections into our water system. Again, Capitol Hill sits at the heart of that. And what's shifting over time is that historically, water primarily has come from Big Butte Springs, and the Duff water treatment plant on the Rogue River, which didn't come into being until right before 1950, has been a supplemental water source. Well, that's shifting over time now because of the growth in the region, and we're starting to see more reliance on the Duff plant as contributing to the ability to keep the water system functional, which means reestablishing and ensuring that we have this backbone system from the Duff water treatment plant up to the Capitol Hill Reservoir, and that's part of what we've been embarking on over the last 10 years. So this increases our resiliency. It increases our ability to continue to serve and meet the growth of the region. It also sets the water utility up to serve the next 100 years. And it positions us to be in a better place if we did have a seismic event or a natural hazard event to be able to recover from an event like that. So a few details about the new design, which also sort of gets into why this alternative was selected. So we're building a single tank up there. The first step for us is to decommission one of the 3 reservoirs, which is 2 million gallons. So currently we have 12 million gallons up there. We're building a new 12 million gallons, and we're going to be decommissioning those older tanks over time as we move forward. So this new tank, 12 million gallon tank, is designed in a way to have 2 compartments in it. This will allow us over time too to be able to take a portion of the tank down for maintenance activities, inspection activities, cleaning activities, other things that you have to do routinely that if you just built a single reservoir without this capability, it would make keeping it in service difficult. So this tank is unique in terms of how it's designed to accommodate that moving forward. There will come a point for this community somewhere down the road that additional tanks and additional storage will be needed up on this site. You know, that's down the road a long ways, but part of the process of making this alternative selection was to maximize the use of the space of the property up there. And by locating this new reservoir in the portion of the property that maximizes the availability of land down the road when the utility may need to add additional storage up there. So that really drove the location. And then the size really was driven by trying to meet the amount of storage that we had up there and to maximize what we could build while only decommissioning one of the existing tanks that's up there. This tank is 31 feet tall, which is really tall. It's a lot of concrete. But the good news is that, well, it's good and bad. The good news is that it largely gets covered or buried around the perimeter of it. There'll be areas that will have 10 to 15 feet of visible wall of concrete, and other areas where there will be none. The bad news is that involves moving a lot of rock and material off the site, which is going to be a challenge given the environment that it's in, which we'll talk about here on the next couple of slides. And then also, those of you that understand scale, it's 280 feet across, which it's a long ways across. It's a big tank. So I have a little bit of a rendering here. I don't think I'll let it play the whole time, but this is a view of what will be the newly constructed tank. We took the opportunity to add ocean front to the view. This should raise property values, which should help the city generate revenue, but no. Yeah, it gives you a good visual as best as you can do with simple tools, but that's what we hope for it to look similar to when we're done. Sitting up on the hill, leaving room up there eventually for further expansion. You can see the representation of the new tower that was built here in the last year up there as well, in coordination with the city. So the steps that we're going to go through to do this are demolishing the old reservoir number 1, that's 2 million gallons. The tank's been isolated at this point. Next week it will be drained, and we'll be moving towards decommissioning or removal of reservoir number 1. That creates staging area and other ways for the contractor to start to work on the site to do the next items on the list, which are tree removal on the north side. We have some site piping that has to be modified ahead of the construction in order to keep the other 2 tanks in service. We have the excavation part for the new tank, and then the construction part, which that part alone is a 1-year duration. Overall, this is about a two year project. And then we'll also be doing site restoration at the end and removing the caretaker or cottage space that sat up there for decades and decades. is no longer used by the Medford Water Commission. So as part of this project, it'll be removed and that entrance improved for more just operational access. So there's no way for this project not to be impactful to the community. It's just a recognition on our part that it is what it is, but we're doing everything that we can to minimize that impact on the community. We've had a number of meetings up there discussing this project with the community leading up to this point. One here just in the last few weeks. You know, the big issues really are noise and just the amount of truck traffic that's going to have to come in and out of this site in order to remove material that's on the site and to bring materials in for construction purposes. So we've done some things in the contract, working with to set up the contractor to prohibit certain travel routes, and we've worked with the city to identify travel routes in and out of the sites, and those will be strictly enforced. We've talked to the community about this. We're going to put signage out there to help deal with this issue. The challenge that we also face is we're not the only ones who have concrete trucks and other things going on, so there is some variables in this that make it hard to control, but we're going to do our part of doing our best to make sure our traffic sticks to those defined pathways. And then continue to work with those moving forward to be potentially flexible about redirecting or doing different things if we find that what we're doing just is not optimal. Or maybe there's a new way that we've discovered that's better after we've been out there for a while. So being open to that and working with the community on that. We plan to try to be minimizing dust on site, and we do plan to do some partial screening to help with some of the neighbors that will be most impacted by the activities. We have dedicated an email address for this project specifically. This goes to a subset of people within the organization, including the contractor, and it goes to them directly. That way we're eliminating people getting caught in phone trees and different things when there's an issue that may need to be dealt with, like right now, like the concrete trucks parked in front of my driveway and I can't get out type of thing. So we have an email address and we have a phone number set up that are dedicated just to this project. We also have an on-site project kiosk located on Capitol Avenue. This kiosk is being used to share information with the neighborhood. We have routinely keeping it updated and information there available for them on critical things that are happening, along with that activity also being reflected on our website. In regards to communication too, we're working closely with city communication staff to ensure that as we're refining our message and talking about different things in the project, that information is flowing through the city, through KJ, and hopefully that information will be available for the council to be aware of as well. I shouldn't say hopefully, it will. As I mentioned, we do have approved haul routes that we've worked on with the city coming in and out of the site. We continue to work with the city on maybe optimizing and considering pathways to make this as least impactful as it's going to be on the neighborhood. And then we have provisions within our contracts to ensure that these haul routes get followed and managed. General time frame, I mentioned that it's about a 2-year project. This sort of lays out all the way back to 2023 in terms of our design phase work that we've just moved through. We've done public outreach throughout that process. We've had at least 3 open houses up in the neighborhood. So we're just entering the construction phase, and we had a kickoff meeting earlier this week. We had a number of city staff attend that meeting as well to stay coordinated both on the construction inspection side and city code, building code, and traffic side. So great teamwork in terms of helping each other through what will be a difficult project. And again, up on the top, I've made note of the dedicated phone line that we have for the project and also the dedicated email contact there as well. So that concludes my update on Capitol Hill. I just also want to just emphasize how big of a project this is for our community. This is something, you know, very important, and it's a disruptive project, but like we told the neighborhood, for the last 100 years, there's hardly been any disruption up there, and we want to get in here, get it done, and get out so that there isn't any more disruption. So, you know, that's our goal. It will be an inconvenience for the people in that neighborhood, but it's an investment in our community that will be important as we continue to move down the road. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
I kind of have two questions. One of them maybe came to mind when you were talking about this. Where is rock on that? And specifically what I'm thinking about is noise mitigation for that portion. I mean, construction's noisy, but that can, like, rock picking is really noisy. So
Yeah.
I'm just kind of curious about that.
Where it is on the timeline or where it's on the site?
How deep? Like, how much do you got to take out of actual rock?
I would say it's in that 20 foot range for the majority of it, a chunk of rock.
You think you'll go through 20 feet, or
We'll
you'll hit it
we'll
at
go
20
down
feet?
additional 20 feet from where we are today. Yeah, on the uphill side. So this visual that's up in front of us, the section where the rock excavation will be the deepest will be on the southern portion of that, which is on the bottom of what's on the screen there in front of you. That's where the deepest rock excavation will be. And then the slope tails out from there. So it's just that upper shelf section that has to come down pretty significantly. In fact, that red shaded area there shows where we expect to hit the rock.
That's the rock area there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other question I have, in thinking this through, you're taking one reservoir out now, putting the 12 mg in today. There's been multiple alternatives of this site and how much total storage up there.
Yeah.
You still have remaining, so I guess two questions really.
Mm-hmm.
From an alternatives evaluation, do you think you're done working up here, or are you still maybe processing the idea of putting additional storage up here?
Oh, I would guarantee that at some point in the future, there will be a need for additional storage on this site. But when I talk about that, the need for that's decades down the road, like 50 years down the road. The next logical place for us to go when the gravity system needs storage is we actually need to move storage further to the south as the next phase of storage that feeds the gravity system. And the reason for that is the amount of development that's occurring to the south and east portion of Medford. So that's the next increment, is somewhere to the south. And then after that, it would be someplace, as the system is growing, way down the road, that you would consider putting more volume up here.
And maybe this is over technical for what we're doing, but it popped in my head. One of the issues you're going to have the more you use DUF, at least the way I understand it, is you're going to have high basically pumping head at the plant to come into town if you start pumping a lot of water. And one of those options, it seemed like additional storage up there was one of the options to deal with that. Is that still an option, I guess is my question?
So this map that I have on the screen maybe helps peel that question back just a little bit in terms of understanding that DUF does not pump directly to Capitol Hill Reservoir. It goes through two additional pump stations, Conrad and Martin. And those are what, consider them booster stations or however you want to view them, but those two pump stations are what then ultimately get water pushed up to Capitol Hill Reservoir. So the storage need, the volume storage need, is really driven by the demand of the gravity zone of the water system, which on that map up there is the yellow area. And it's the growth of that area and the storage need in that area that's driving the volume, not necessarily trying to manage that through the hydraulics of what's coming from DUF, even though we still need to figure out how water gets there, right? So the alternatives, We did look at alternatives of putting pump storage at the lower zone, at the river zone, but the disadvantage of pump storage is that it's not as reliable as gravity storage. So pump storage requires you maintain electricity and pumps and be able to move that water, versus if those things are lost, then you have a reservoir that can feed the system with gravity, which is the primary way we build reservoirs within our water system. So pump storage was looked at, but one, there's a huge operational cost of that because moving water is a very expensive thing at 62.4 pounds per cubic foot. So operationally, those costs get really big if you go down the pump storage route, and it's not as reliable. So that was one of the options that we looked at way back. We looked at potentially putting different sizes of reservoirs up on the Capitol Hill site. And in general, what this increment represents is an optimization of getting the largest size we could get up there by only taking one of the reservoirs offline, and to do it in an increment that was large enough that we wouldn't have to be up there for a significant time into the future. And to also be able to afford it.
That helps, yeah. Okay, sorry, I could do this for a while. Kevin?
Me too,
Hi.
it's good stuff.
This is Kevin, all right. Thanks for the presentation, appreciate it. Couple of things, I just want to check on traffic, really. What is the construction start and estimated end date is number one? And if I may, I just have a couple more too. Do you want me to give you the questions now? And all three of them are-
You can run through them, yeah.
Okay, great. And
And
then-
if I don't remember them, you can remind me.
Sure.
But yeah, I think I.
As you state, it goes down Capitol to Sunrise and then north, I guess. Where does it go from there? Is it down McAndrews? Is it over to Foothill, or where? Most of the trucks would be going, I assume, to one of the quarries? Or I don't know, actually. You're taking rock out, where is it going to?
Yeah, to the pits where we're also bringing, rock and material back out. Yeah, and were those the two primary questions?
Yeah, basically how it's going to affect Sunrise traffic, and then McAndrews, I'm thinking, or Foothill,
Okay,
which is now one lane.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. So this, starting with the first part of the timeline, is we're starting construction July, beginning of our fiscal year 2026, and we expect the construction to run through the end of 2028 calendar year. So hopefully that gives us the time to do what we're planning to do up there, and then there's different phases, obviously, of the work during those periods of time. Back to the haul route, this is the diagram where I think you were making reference back to the route out of Capitol Avenue and down Sunrise Avenue. And it's this part of the route where we've put the restrictions on the travel. Beyond that, it's going to be the closest point for whether they're going to get concrete, they're dumping the rock, or they're getting rock. And so we haven't limited the haul routes, beyond those points.
Mr. Mayor, I can help with that. So, Mr. Keating, this was something that the Public Works Department was heavily involved in. The volume of trucks, they're going to tear up some of these roads. And so what we said is, let's limit the damage to some routes. And so we asked them to maintain traffic to Capitol and to Sunrise. Once they get on Sunrise and they go to McAndrews, Foothill, those are arterials built to a heavier standard. We're not too concerned about that, but we were very concerned about the impacts in this neighborhood because of thin pavements. Once they get away from there, we're not too worried about it, and they're going to pick the quickest and the shortest route as they normally would.
Any idea of the volume of trucks? Any estimate possible? Per day, I mean.
Per day, during the busy periods, it could be on the order of 30 to 40 trucks. Yeah, on the busy parts. We do have some more information on, at different phases, and actually we're working with the contractor right now to generate a little bit of that to help in the communication with the public around, during this event, this is what we're thinking. The contractor is working 4 days a week, so Monday through Thursday, and generally they're going to be working through through the 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. time frame, and then but not working Friday and not working the weekends. Some little bit of respite for the neighbors, and so that's the general plan. But yeah, like during a big concrete pour, there will be a lot of trucks coming in and out of the site on a given day.
Thanks for the presentation. It caught me off guard because I was like, capital is with an O, but it's like, oh wait, okay, the Capitol Avenue, so that's why it is. So didn't know if there was a Scribner's error in there, but it makes sense. 2 quick questions for you because I know we're running a little bit hour into this already. Slightly different than what we talked about, but I did watch the meeting that you had earlier today. So when it comes to like so you meet over at the police station, right?
Most times, there's times where the police station is not available. We have had meetings here. We have also had meetings typically before the police station, and even still currently we meet sometimes in 151 in the annex and in that conference room. And then twice a year we're at Duff for once at Duff and once at the service center for a meeting as well.
Okay, and I do remember, I think many years ago, I came as the liaison, and it was in here.
Yeah.
Has there been talk about just continuously having it here, or at least having most of your meetings in here, because we already have lights and cameras, and like when I was watching the meeting, because the cameras go off sound, I guess, and so you see it like kind of chop to the people that are talking. I don't know if that was something that's been a discussion point or something brought up about just having it here the same way that other city council, planning, other commissions have meetings in here as well.
It's certainly something for us to consider. When we move out to the new operations center, we are better equipped,
Sure.
or will be better equipped to facilitate a meeting that may be a little more conducive to the remote joining person. But absolutely, I can take that back, and we can consider that. Yeah.
Great. And one last thing, I was just I was watching discussion. I missed a little part of it.
Yeah.
So
Thanks for joining.
Yeah. So it's the summer. I have a little more free time. So Mr. Showtune brought up, or the discussion was brought up about potential SDC increases, and then Mr. Showtune brought up the home builders apparently had a letter asking not to have SDC increases, and then Brian was just kind of saying, well, can we provide information about, what it would look like if we do or don't? Where did that land? I didn't quite capture how that discussion ended.
Yeah, so our public hearing on SDC falls 90 days after we've deliberated and talked about it in our board meeting, is scheduled for the second board meeting in August. And so the thought process is that as part of the introduction to the public hearing, we would share with commissioners the context of the impacts of what passing the SDC means to building projects that are needed to meet growth, and what it would mean if it didn't pass SDCs and those projects had to either be deferred and/or those costs would have to be passed on to the ratepayers.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for your presentation, and I wanted to thank your staff again publicly for their great work, not only giving me a tour of Capitol Hill, but also the Good Neighborhood meeting a few weeks ago. There were a lot of concerned neighbors, as you would be if there was going to be a giant construction project next door, and I think a lot of questions were asked, and everything seemed smoothed over at the end, and people understood the importance of upgrading Capitol Hill and the reservoirs for the community. So thank you very much for that. My question kind of relates to the finances concerning the capital improvement plan that Medford Water is undergoing. So, it's lots of big projects, very expensive. And, I've received pushback from members of the community about rate increases. Definitely SDC increases. You can imagine how much chatter I get over that. I'm hoping you can talk a little bit about the philosophy concerning these increases right now. And then I want to ask a follow-up question on the budget.
Well, one, I would start with and say the philosophy about that is not my philosophy. It's the philosophy of the board that I am there to serve and to represent. So in terms of answering that question, it puts me in a little bit of a difficult situation because, you know, just the thinking about it again depends on the temperature and or what, you know, what our commissioners direct us to do as it relates to that. But I will still, given that with that said, I'll still make an attempt to lay out the general strategy that the board was supportive of up to this point, was that we knew this project, and this might be a lot to unpack, and I want to be really thoughtful about taking time, so I'll do my best to succinctly try to unpack it as quickly as I can. But the board understood this 10-year vision around building the resilient backbone and increasing capacity of the system to ensure that we weren't in a situation of not being able to meet the demands of growth and the region. And therefore, it started back in 2017, 2018, where we started to incrementally put rate increases out there to start to build up our ability to do these things we knew that were coming. And we did that with a general philosophy of a rate smoothing strategy. Rate smoothing got a COVID reality. And so we had two bumps that we just came through that were much larger than what we had anticipated when we set out to do this. But everybody, I think, understands in general that we did go through a very significant period where costs did significantly increase. We didn't add projects. Costs got hugely different. And so the intent, again, from a philosophy standpoint, again, I'm not trying to speak for my board, I'm just trying to generally encapsulate it for you, was to try to prepare the organization to be able to do those projects and not have double-digit rate increases to our constituents. That was the general philosophy going in. We missed that mark because we had some unforeseen consequences come in, and we had two rate increases that exceeded 10%, but those were 15 and 15. That was the general philosophy, and then there was acquiring money, right, to do these projects. When we went out to do them, it wasn't clear that WIFIA money was coming in, or where our BRIC funds were in or out, or are they back in now, type of thing. And so it was unclear if we were going to have to use regular revenue bonds to fund the project or not, and revenue bonds would be a much harder thing to do rate smoothing with than a WIFIA loan, because a WIFIA loan doesn't allow you to, or it allows you to not pay the full principal and interest payment until 5 years after project completion. And so those dynamics changed the strategies around how we were funding the projects. And from the outside, I can understand people looking in and saying, well, you ended up having a lot of money sitting around for a period of time, but that was strictly a result of having to spend bond funds first. And that's why that money was left there, because frankly, we were getting zero interest money from EPA one for one for actually doing project work, and that other money was building and preparing for the period that we're in now, which is that bond money's gone and we're paying cash for these improvements until they're through. And so that was the general philosophy. I hope I didn't wander too much in there, but and would be happy if there's more questions or needs more conversation. I'd be happy to talk more about that.
Totally. So rate smoothing over time, so customers aren't experiencing, a gigantic
That's right.
increase 1 year or something like that.
Yep. And the 15 and 15, I mean, it's just like a accumulation of factors about, Duff went from a $50 million project to an $80 million project.
Yeah, expensive, very expensive. With, last month, the commission adopted a new budget. I think it was just below like $100 million or somewhere in that ballpark. And this year, the commission's budget was a page in length. I feel like in past years, it's been much, much longer. The city of Medford, we probably have $500 million, and our budget's, 500 pages. What was the philosophy behind making that decision to adopt such a small budget?
Small in dollar?
In number of line items, in detail.
I guess my general response would be that we haven't changed the way that we've done the budget in terms of the line items in the 9 years that I've been here. So I don't think that there was a conscious decision around to change it. Maybe in a summary form, it may look like it's more rolled up, but in the back, everything still sits in the back like it has in previous years, unless I'm misunderstanding your question, which could very well be the case too.
Oh, certainly. So, when we adopt our budget, I get a giant binder. It's 500-something pages long, and that's the budget we're adopting, right? And the Water Commission adopted their $100 million budget this year, and it was a page. And so, I've been able to look at past budgets from the Water Commission and go line item and compare everything, many years across, seeing what's increasing in costs, what's decreasing in costs. And this year, I'm really struggling to be able to do that. And so I'm not sure if it's just something I'm missing or if there's been a change in the detail maybe the board's looking at. Was this a board direction? Was it kind of staff?
It might be a timing issue in terms of the final production of the budget. There were often years where the detail was shared with the board, but it wasn't in a finalized budget packet until a month or two after adoption, even though they had seen versions of the line item detail. Mm-hmm. And that could be part of what's causing the confusion in terms of that what you may have received wasn't the line item piece, but that line item had availability in terms of being shared and or discussed. So the way we talked about it didn't change. Maybe the timing of the material might have somewhat changed.
Totally, yeah. And I was just going off what was online and available to the public. So that might make sense. My other question related to finance. So the city charter requires that the city treasurer is an ex officio member of the Water Commission, basically, to monitor the Water Commission's finances, probably so that we can ask the treasurer questions. And I had staff, city staff, try and figure out what does that mean when the charter says that the treasurer is the treasurer of the Water Commission. What do you think that means?
It's not up to me to give you my opinion of what the charter means. I would say that if there's a question on that front, that's a question that I would lean to my legal counsel to identify for me as an interpretation of what that means. I know what it's been during the time that I've been here and when the time I came and up till now, and that is not any different. And so it's not that there's been a migration of that function, certainly in the time that I've been around it.
So I guess what I'm getting at is when I read the plain text of the city charter, it indicates to me that the city treasurer needs to be deeply involved in the Water Commission's finances day to day. And I want to make sure that we're obeying the city charter, right? I mean, that has been promulgated by the voters. It's the constitution of the city. And I want to know basically how we can go about doing that in a way that's efficient and mindful of voters' intent. But I'll defer, to the Water Commission for future conversations on that point. So again, thank you very much for your taking the time today, and thanks to your staff as well.
John?
Brad, those are good questions. When can you get us answers? Month?
I don't have an answer for you. I will certainly share with the board the concerns, and we can discuss a pathway to have a conversation about that. I wouldn't think it would happen during a public update that I've been asked to give to provide an update on the commission. So I'm not prepared to give you a detailed timeline around a response.
Has this issue been raised before with you?
Yes, through.
When?
It's gone back prior to when Brian Shotun was here.
Okay, so when?
I don't have an exact date for you,
A year?
and I think I'm done at this point. So if there are not any other questions, I'm ready to be done.
You're done, okay.
All right?
Other questions relevant to Capitol Hill?
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah.
We are now at agenda item 40, oral requests and communications from the audience. This is where the council sets aside 30 minutes for in-person public comments. Comments are limited to 2 minutes per person or organization. As outlined in the agenda, the public may also submit written comments to the council. Winnie, please note the written comments received for the record.
We received written comments from the following people in opposition to the downtown baseball stadium: Carolyn Potts, Heller Rathbone, and Dennis Hunt. Roberto Rivera submitted written comments in opposition to the flock cameras. And then I'd like to acknowledge written public comments submitted by Logan Bell. Mr. Bell has informed me that he submitted comments on February 18th, April 15th, May 20th, June 19th, and July 1. Before the applicable deadlines. Due to technical issue, those emails were not received or processed by the city, but at the time they were submitted. I apologize for this oversight. The issue has been reported to our technology team for investigation, and we appreciate Mr. Bell bringing it to our attention. He submitted written comments on those dates opposing the council's decision on Main Street's reconfiguration, and he supports safe and connected bicycle infrastructure. These comments were submitted to the mayor, the city council, and appropriate staff. Comments are also available on the city's website. There were no other written comments received for agenda item 40.
So before hearing public comments, I'd like to note the decorum policy for the council chambers. The use of noisemakers or disruptive audience behavior such as applause, cheering, or shouting is not permitted. Decorum violations are time-consuming and disrespectful to the speaker and all attendees. Failure to follow the basic standards of decorum may result in removal from the meeting. Finally, I'd like to emphasize that this is your opportunity to provide comments to the council and is not intended to be a time for question and answers. If you have completed a public comment form, please come to the front of the room when your name is called. Winnie, has anyone completed a public comment form for tonight's meeting?
Yes, Your Honor. We have Ellen and David Eichheimer and Claudette Moore.
Claudette, you look ready. So if your name was called, come on down.
So sophisticated. Now, when I was here, we had a big round table that was actually square, and there was no room for people to sit up there. So, well, there was a few. Anyway, so thank you all for all your service, because I know how many hours you put in. So, Mayor and City Council, my name is Claudette Moore. I live at 985 Highbury Drive in Medford, Oregon, in the beautiful Hampton subdivision adjacent to Rogue X. So, first of all, I was at the Medford Chamber, and John, you are really good at this stuff. Are you sure you want to retire? And Nick and Jessica, you guys did a great job. I loved hearing about everything, and I saw all the parks, and Rich knows how I feel about parks, and so that was exciting. And I realized that what I am proposing to you is a hot button, like anything else. It's not an easy one, as John says, you know, what can we do with our streets? But I will be asking you to make a tough decision, or to think about it at least. I have sworn many times to uphold our Constitution, and even twice in these very chambers. My father was a 20-year Marine, retired, and moved us to Southern Oregon. However, the freedoms the Constitution gives us does not always take into account how some things impact our citizens, particularly disadvantaged ones. I love fireworks. I go to the Lithia Fields and the Rogues play. They're wonderful, and I ooh and ah with everybody else. They're great. It's so fun, but they're loud. They're extremely loud, and they're very disturbing. And I feel they shouldn't be in residential neighborhoods, where they cause harm to many and they are out of control. They impact veterans with PTSD. They cause fires. I had a rocket on my roof a couple years ago. Scared me to death. I have my neighbor sits across the street with a hose and stuff just waiting, because they are crazy in all neighborhoods everywhere. And children get hurt. They're dangerous. They encourage minor drinking. I mean, there was a party on July 4th. about 5 houses down. I didn't realize it was that close until I left the next day. About 5 houses down, and I'd seen all these young people showing up and running down the street, and I was like, oh, okay, well, it's the 4th of July. It's 250 years. Normally, it's a pretty quiet neighborhood in Hampton Place, but let's talk about the mess that they leave behind. It was so loud, I couldn't go to sleep. Listen, I'm a senior citizen now. I've done my duty, and I need my beauty sleep, and it was after midnight before I finally fell asleep, and it was still going on. So let's talk about the left. I have a 10-second video that I took with my phone as I was leaving my home Saturday morning about 8:30. So Winnie's going to play it for you. So this is the start of it. It's real short. Maybe it's not even 10 seconds. Okay, so this is 5 houses down from me across the street, and the remains of the party, and the solo cups, and the beer bottles, and everything. I thought, well, no wonder it was so loud. It was a really big party, and I got really angry, and I thought, well, let's just not rant and rave about this. So I brought it to you all, asking you to outlaw fireworks in our residential neighborhoods. So thank you for your time and understanding, and I do believe in the rights to live in this country and economic development, which is great because of all of our parks and stuff. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Any questions? Okay, well, if you don't do that, then next year I'm going to be drugged and the dog is going to be drugged.
Whoever's ready.
Hi, I'm Dave Eichhammer. I've been here a couple times. Some of you might have seen me. I'm sure you have. I'm in Ward 1, so Mike and Jessica are my representation people. Talking about Hawthorne Park again, I went back and looked at what the vote looked like and what the lead up to the vote looked like back last November, and how the representation of what was being asked for didn't really play out, I thought, to what the voters might have seen. I believe it was kind of a misrepresentation that people were voting for things that they didn't know what they were voting for. And I think that's really unfortunate. And looking at, since then, about the details, more details that I saw on the city council notes, I hope that a representation in the future, if it comes to a vote, or when it comes to a vote, about carrying out the Creekside with a stadium on the east side, that there's a lot more detail that the citizens of Medford need to see about that. I spent some time talking to people about it in Hawthorne Park itself. People were unknown about what was going on with that. And there wasn't enough, I think, open to the people of the city to know what was going on. I hope those kind of things are, if it comes to a vote, because I know you're doing the survey still, that problem doesn't be there. That the details of the money and what happens to the community there, which has not been talked about, to my knowledge, very much. I think that people need to see that. I was referring to the October 2nd and February 27. Oh, I'm done?
Thank you.
30 seconds? No?
I'll give you 15. For your last 2 sentences on there.
The October 2nd said that the TLT tax would not include a stadium. The next bunch of notes I saw was the February 27th of the next year, after the vote, saying that it would. Well, your notes online say it includes it. So something happened there, and it didn't make the voters' knowledge. So thank you.
Thank you. You can go ask him, you can go zip down there and ask him.
Ellen Eichhammer, Ward 1, I will vote that. We have seen different things stated in different places, in writing and orally, and watching over the meetings on if the stadium is included or not included, or what we were voting for or not voting for. I have been spending some time looking through the Oregon ethics laws and my own ethics, and talking to people about how they feel about having city councilors representing an outside source. that's a dual role you're playing. And when you simply Google, what is a city council representative's job? It's to manage the city businesses and provide park services and all kinds of wonderful things for us. It's also to represent the people in your ward in particular. So I'd like to see, even before the bid comes in or when the bid comes in, before you are seriously considering how you're going to move forward with that you are going to be having more town halls and outreach. So there's not kind of like there's something people have solid, they can hold on to what the project really is, okay? We're working with the concept of a plan, and we know how well that goes. It doesn't always go well for the working person in the city. What's going to come out of our pockets, what's going to come into our pockets, how it's going to benefit the whole community, not a small sliver of the community. And I did want to give Nick you a chance to correct your statement from last time, because I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. We're all tired at night when we're here, but you said that the Creekside Quarter project was going to leave maybe up to 10 acres left for a park, half of the park. That's not what the concept says in writing. It says potentially 1 to 3 acres, which would mostly be along the creekside and the borders of the park. Big difference, okay? So that's a big factor when people are thinking about, is there really going to be any park left there for the people? Because it didn't sound like it was in the concept of the plan that was written.
We
Thanks.
have your information, correct? Your email address and
Yeah.
information. So if anybody wants to follow up with additional information, we have that.
That'd be great.
Yep.
Thanks.
What do you want to say? Go ahead.
Okay, I can be real brief, and I'll admit I don't have notes from October and February memorized, so I would have to look at them. But we passed a resolution, which is not legally binding, to be fair, but is indicating our intent, that if we raise the TLT, those funds would be used towards a convention center on the west side, that is, conference center, excuse me, on the west side that is part of Creekside Quarter. So a stadium and conference center have both been proposed as part of the Creekside Quarter. They could be independent projects. We passed a resolution that the TLT increase would be used for the west side with the conference center, not for the stadium on the other side. So that's one element. That's a resolution we passed. Something else was said in passing or discussion or whatever. I believe that, but that's what we said we'd use it for, and we haven't raised the TLT. We have permission to raise it another 2%, but we haven't raised it. So the understanding that we're spending money on something that we said we'd never spend money on is inaccurate. And there's a lot of information floating around, but I just want that to be on the record, that we haven't increased it and we haven't spent it on anything that we said we wouldn't spend it on.
Is there anyone else that is there anyone else that wants to speak? How many? I'll just call down the next three.
So I can't read this last name, so I'm just going to say Ralph, and then Miriam Grayer and Brendan Binger. So I hope Ralph, I can't tell. It looks like maybe an O or a D. All right, okay.
And someone with an O or a D. Yes, this is Ralph. Do we have a Ralph? How about a Miriam?
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor and councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to bring up concerns, excuse me, that I still have about the Creekside Quarter project. First, council members have said at past meetings verbally with the public that voters approved the stadium at Hawthorne Park and they know this because the measure passed, the ballot measure passed. And I just want to be clear, I know that the resolution that the council passed in October said that the increase in taxes specifically would not go to the stadium. And so I just would really like people to stop saying that voters approved the stadium, and when you see it in print in the press, which I know you're not writing, maybe you issue a correction so that the public knows that the stadium is not included in the transient lodging tax increase. Second, I want to bring up again the issue of Councilor Stein and Card forming a political action committee to lobby for Creekside Quarter. I know it's not illegal, and I know you think it's fine, but just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And it gives it the appearance of a conflict, and that matters to the public, and it makes all of you less trustworthy to the public. I hope that in the future, councilors will think twice before engaging in this kind of political activity on matters that you're going to vote on, especially when those matters are going to be paid for with public money. And third, I want to talk about the ballot measure itself and how it was written. Mr. Mitten, who doesn't seem to be here tonight, told me that it would have been illegal to state in the measure what the city intended to use the tax increase for. The state election board knows of no state law that would have made it illegal. And other measures for transient lodging tax increases in the state have specified the purpose of their measure, and those measures were not illegal. So, and the city hasn't stated any other intention for the tax increase, so it couldn't have to do with that. I've got one more sentence. I ask you to please provide in the minutes of this meeting the citation of the actual rule or law that makes it illegal. And please, in the future, when you're pushing a ballot measure, just tell us openly in the text of the measure what the ultimate purpose of it is. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Brendan Binger, 754 South Holly Street, Ward 2. A quick reminder, the current downtown Main Street configuration plan is irresponsible on safety, on finances, and on policy. Tonight, I'll name just one safety concern. The new configuration introduces a real risk of dooring. For those who may not be familiar, dooring is when someone in a parked car opens their door into the path of a passing cyclist. The rider has no time to stop and slams into it. I'm deeply concerned about what that means with high-speed e-bikes now being common downtown. A rider traveling over 20 miles an hour hitting an open car door is not a scraped knee or even a broken arm. It is a credible risk of fatality. I don't say that lightly, and I ask that you not hear that lightly. E-bikes are a newly emerging reality that urban planning must now account for. On a brighter note, and topical to this evening's programming actually, the Creekside Quarter project is an exciting and valuable direction for our downtown, and I'm honestly very glad to see it progressing. My one request, please do not delete any urban public green space to build it. Instead, enhance Hawthorne Park as part of the project. Our downtown Bear Creek frontage is an undercapitalized asset and lies in the dead center of the proposed project boundary. Optimize it, invest in it, and let Creekside Quarter be the project that finally makes the most of it. Thank you very much, and enjoy your break.
Do we have others?
Annie Jenkins, Marissa Shepherd are the last ones.
I will be quick. And John, I should have called you and told you I was coming tonight and telling you what I was going to talk about. And I apologize for that. Just because you're our council liaison, so that's all. So real quickly, flags. I just want to say thank you to city staff for making sure we got additional flags put up. So we had 26 flags that we were going to put up, and the city came through and we were able to put 63 up. Very nice. They looked beautiful in our downtown. They will be going up again the end of August and be up through the middle of October. Third Friday is this Friday. We highly encourage you to come down. We have a free band playing in the middle of Little Bartlett is what I call it, just between Main Street and Middleford Alley, as well as we have vendors in Vogel Plaza. Third thing is Minute with the Mayor. I'm going to continue to talk about these. They have been highly viewed on our website or on our Instagram and also our Facebook, and really just encourage you guys to share those. They really are telling a story about downtown, and that's the most important part that we wanted us to be able to tell, and we wanted Mike to be able to see what that story was, as well as be able to explore it and take it to the next step. Lastly, we did a Element Hotel tour today. Was very successful. We had about 14 people show up for that, and thank you to city staff for being able to come. Our next one, Kevin, it was sold out, but our next one is August 4th. So put that on your calendar. I need you to register if you want to go, so let me know and I'll get you the link. But it'll be a noon one again, and as long as it's not over 95 degrees, we can do it. If it's a hot day and we hit 95 before noon, we will not be able to do it. So just sharing, they are open to the public, so feel free to share them amongst the members that you know of. Thanks.
Thank you. Marissa?
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Marissa Shepard. I live on Main Street. I came to Medford in 2020 to teach chemistry at Rowe Community College. When I bought my home, I had no idea there was such a stark difference between living in East Medford and West Medford. Since then, I've come to see East Medford as one of the most beautiful places really in the country, with beautiful parks and immaculately maintained clean streets. But my daily experience in West Medford is very different. It is one of constant conflict, disturbances, and feeling unsafe that has become a serious quality of life issue for my family. On a daily basis, we deal with trash being left in our yard, people yelling outside our home. We were forced to install a fence to better protect our property, and individuals still pick berries or vandalize them along the fence line. Recently, this has become an almost daily occurrence. Instead of apologizing when asked to leave, some have become hostile and acted as though they were entitled to our property. In one incident, after I asked someone to please move along, I was told that I was obligated to feed them, and they yelled several times that I was, pardon my language, going to hell, several times in front of my 2 young, small children. My neighbors have shared similar experiences. Many of my neighbors are elderly, long-term residents who no longer feel safe walking their same route of over 30 years due to aggressive behavior and being intimidated by the homeless. Others have reported being threatened or chased by dogs, and I know of at least one neighbor who has bitten. How long will the city allow these conditions to persist in one part of Medford? Having lived in large metropolitan areas like LA and Houston, I can understand how problems can become overwhelming there, but Medford is a much smaller city. It should not be acceptable for residents to experience such dramatically different standards of safety and quality of life depending on which side of town they live. The current lack of enforcement is creating a growing sense of entitlement among some individuals living on the streets. West Medford hosts many of the services that are intended to help people in need, yet the surrounding neighborhood are bearing a disproportionate share of the impacts. Residents should not have to accept trespassing, property damage, intimidation, and persistent public disturbances as the cost of living in our neighborhood. West Medford residents pay the same property taxes as everyone else. We deserve the same level of public safety, code enforcement, and quality of life. I guess I'm running out of time, but I will add there too that compassion for those that need should not come at the expense of our safety. The people that are on the streets are choosing to live this way. Just talk to the police and they will say that these people know the municipal codes better than their officers and use them to their advantage. I ask the city to take meaningful action to restore public safety and to please petition with the appropriate local and state government officials for meaningful action.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I could follow up with, I have tons of pictures, videos every day. I've been calling the police, they know me quite well.
Mr. Mayor, Chief Arnold will be speaking with her, and we can also follow up with her personally. Thank you.
Thank you. I have lost my place, as usual. Okay, we have all received the draft minutes from the July 1st, 2026 regular meeting. Does anyone have any revisions or corrections to those minutes? All right, seeing none, the minutes will stand as submitted. We have no consent calendar tonight. We do have ordinance and resolutions. Mr. Moreland.
Council Bill 2026-50, a resolution directing limited forbearance from enforcement of Medford Municipal Code Section 5.2251F for parking lot maintenance operations at the Northgate Marketplace, 55 Roseanne Drive, and delegating administration to the city manager.
Thank you very much. Would anyone like a staff report? Mr. West.
I would like a staff report.
Okay.
Thank you. It can be
Or do you
quick.
have a
It can be
direct
quick.
question?
Mayor, Council, John Weiler, your interim city manager. What this issue is regarding is an issue that we have in our municipal code, where excessive noise is not something that is allowed within the city, and we have ordinances against that. But within those ordinances, there's lots of forms of loud noise that can occur where the city manager or their designated representative can provide exceptions, because sometimes a concert and a music festival of some kind is appropriate. Sometimes construction work does have to occur. Work in the right-of-way is normal. And so for many of these noise sources, there is an exception process to allow some work to continue. But under 5.2251F, which is very specific to the operation of lawn equipment, garden tools, chainsaws, blowers, or similar devices, there's no mechanism for us to approve it, even when it's warranted and even when it's the right thing to do. So what we have here is we have the Northgate Marketplace outlined in red, numerous businesses. That's the mall up to the upper right-hand corner. So you can see it's right there at the south end of the Big X intersection. And they need their parking lot swept. They need it pressure washed from time to time. That's been in place for quite some time. Recently, the Northgate Apartments, which is outlined in blue, have been built, and we have now received a complaint, or a couple complaints regarding the sweeping and work in that parking lot. So Destin Curbs Parking Lot Maintenance is the company doing this work. They've been doing it since 2012. They do regularly sweep, and I'm not sure if it's once a week or every other week, but they do sweep the area on a regular basis. They do have to occasionally pressure wash the property, and Northgate Apartments came in 2024. As noted, we've received a complaint. The city has discretion on how we respond to violations of code, and what we're choosing to do here is to provide a level of closure to where, instead of just ignoring it and we get repeated complaints, is we establish the hours of operation and delegating some authority to the city manager to help manage the situation and enforce the future. The challenge we have here is the parking lot needs to be swept. It needs to be cleaned. Stuff accumulates in parking lots and it needs to be cleaned. And when it's full of cars, you can't sweep it. And so the only time you can't sweep it is when the cars aren't there, and that's in off hours. Additionally, debris builds up, oils and everything else in a parking lot, and sometimes it needs to be pressure washed with hot water, and you can't do that when people are present either. So we tried to find a way to provide some hours of operation to this vendor, this contractor, to do this work, and so that this work could continue. So that's what this resolution is doing, and we would respectfully request your approval.
Questions? Mr. Quinn. Then Mr. Curlinger.
John, thank you for spending time talking to me about this previously. I appreciate that quite a bit. I have no problem with your goal whatsoever. None. I don't love the way we're getting there, and that's the problem that I shared with you when we talked. We've got the legislative branch, which here is us, and in my day job is the California legislature and once in a while Congress. They set the statutes. The executive branch decides whether to enforce them or not, and when and how. And as long as there's a principled reason for enforcing or not and how, that's fine. So if I have a bar fight, I can say you're both going to jail for the full 90 days. I can say you're getting diversion. I'm not filing the case. I can say I'm just not filing the case. That's my discretion. I'm the executive branch. The legislative branch can't say a word without violating separation of powers. It's the same here, but in this case, you and our city code enforcement are the executive branch because they would be the ones citing people. The police and the CSOs, to some extent, in this kind of a subject matter, would be the executive branch, although maybe less so than they would with a crime. And the city attorney's office, I believe they would prosecute these, is the executive branch. If in my day job, the Siskiyou County supervisor said, hey, DA, you can't file this kind of case. I would say, well, bless your heart. We're going to do what we want. We're the executive branch. You're not. Go away. And this statute asks us as a legislative branch to tell the executive branch, enforce, don't enforce, enforce this way. I think there's two problems with it. One, you've already got that power. You can say we have a principled reason to enforce or not enforce. The city attorney's office has a principled reason to say, nice ticket, we're declining, we're not filing it, or we're dismissing it if it gets direct filed. It's inappropriate under separation of powers for us to tell you how to do that. But what we can do is two things. One, fix the statute so that you have the same exception in, is it F, that you have in the other subdivisions?
Yes, it's F.
Which would give you a principled reason under the statute to say to the parking lot and to the concerned citizens, I hear both of you. This is the compromise I'm striking. The statute says I can. So that would give you essentially statutory, I don't want to say cover, but explanation for why you're exercising your discretion the way you are. So I would say that the right answer is essentially a thumbs up from us saying you're doing a good job exercising your executive power on this particular topic. Continue to do you. And in the meantime, go through the notice process to amend that section of the statute so that that which is implicit in your general power is expressly granted from us.
So, John, I'm curious. What I'm hearing is a discussion.
No, this is a no. Do it differently and do it right.
So are you going to ask the council to do an amendment to what's
It would
proposed?
be too elaborate to do it as an amendment. What we should do is a statute amending that subdivision.
Okay.
To get rid of the gap.
So not to overly split hairs, but just in case there's questions from, like, people need questions versus discussion. What I'm hearing is discussion, I guess is what I'm getting at for
It is discussion, but I guess it is. I always have trouble with that, Mike.
I'll help out. No problem.
But it is discussion, but I wanted to do it while John was with us because he and I talked about it already.
Okay. We'll come back to that.
Plus, I think it's more courteous to do it while John's here, so we can answer.
Let's talk behind his back.
No, never.
Kevin?
I think this is pretty simplistic. I agree with what we're doing here. Was this brought up by Northgate or the cleaning company, or who brought this to the city's attention? That they've had a long-standing thing they've done, and now that there's homes there, that we need to have a little departure from what we do elsewhere.
We got a resident in the apartments called and filed a code complaint, and we talked to the contractor who's doing the work, and he was more or less saying, I don't know when I can do this, because if I don't do it and the parking lot's empty, I'm in violation of your ordinance. So he was not sure what to do next, and we did get a complaint. So that's what generated this.
Okay. One of the aspects of that is it gives security to the people doing it. So you don't have people doing it the way they've been doing it for a long time, and they don't know whether or not they're going to get enforced based on whoever the executive branch is at that time, which is a very bad thing to do as well. Probably far worse than just waving our hands away and, oh, we're fine this time, and then, you know what, we really don't like when you clean this at a certain time, so now we're going to go at you. The only point I would like to add in some way, shape, or form is some sort of notice requirement to the people that live there. So it's very common. I lived in an apartment here in Medford for 8-something years that they put a sign on your door, they send an email, they put a sign up, they tell you that, hey, an evolution is happening that doesn't normally happen, letting you be aware. So it makes sense to me that when you come to the agreement with the Northgate folks for they're doing the cleaning, that there's some way to way to outreach to the people. Hey, there's an evolution happening this time and day. Be aware of this is occurring. That way, people know that this is happening.
Mr. Steinway, I received your call earlier, and I think that's a very reasonable request. And if in the motion, if somebody wanted us to add that, that would be great, because I think that's a very reasonable thing to ask the contractor to provide notice.
This really is a question.
No, Curlinger, please.
Can you go back one slide with the map? So they're not cleaning the apartment parking lots during the same thing, but the parking lots they are cleaning are within 300 feet of the apartment, correct?
They are, yes, the parking lot that's being cleaned is within 300 feet, which would be in violation of our ordinance if they're operating at those hours. And no, they're not cleaning the apartment complex.
Okay, they're just cleaning the red here, not the blue.
Correct, yes. The contractor's cleaning the red, and the complaint came from the blue.
I promise a question. If we do it as the way I've characterized, right, amend the statute, how much longer would that take than what, how much delay would that be, a month?
I'd have to go back and read the code as far as how long it takes to do a code change, but it's not 6 months, but it's not a week either. It would take some time.
Okay. Well, but I think probably if you have a meeting with the people who are doing the cleaning to say what our feelings are, and then put that on calendar, I don't think, to Kevin's point, they'd be particularly worried about 2 or 3 months. So given, if we all have said on public record, we're fine with what you're doing, and we plan to change it anyway, and we change it as soon as we can, I don't see that as a problem. If we never plan to change it, I do. So I don't see that.
Okay.
I think there's a value in doing it right, but thank you.
All right. Seriously? No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Mike.
The resolution covers up to 4 operating days. Is that annually?
No, it's 4 operating days at a time. Some time periods, they want to go out there and they'll sweep for 2 nights and they'll pressure wash, and then they might wait 6 months to do the pressure wash again, but they might sweep in 2 weeks. So it's a 4-day block of any time. What we don't want is they go out Monday, take a break, come back on Wednesday, come back on Thursday, and then do the same thing next week. If you're going to do this work, do it in a block, get it over with, so the neighbors understand it's for these 4 days, and then we'll come back after a while and do it again.
Do we know the frequency that he's doing these particularly loud things?
It's based upon need.
Okay.
Kevin, did you have something?
Yeah, I'm just, question would be to make sure that legal is seeing this as a legal solution to this problem? To say we're not going to enforce one of our code?
No, we do think it's a solution. We think, it does fall to the city manager to enforce regulations. Enforcement does imply a certain amount of discretion, judgment calls. And by the way, there is what I would consider a healthy amount of flexibility built into this, in that the city manager is allowed to impose, modify, and enforce conditions on equipment, operating practices, and points of contact for noise complaints. So the city manager has a great deal of flexibility in how this is going to be enforced.
And Mr. Keating, for your question, I sure hope legal's okay with it because they wrote the AIC.
Mr. West?
I'm fine with passing this resolution now, but I intend to make a motion to direct staff to bring us an amended ordinance to consider at a future date so we can just resolve this problem globally.
Okay. How about a motion?
Here.
Yes, Kevin?
I move to approve Council Bill 2026 Tech 50 with and include language in here related to informing the neighbors about when the evolutions happen.
Second. All right. A lot of discussion on this. We definitely heard preferences, code change, not these one-offs. Is that a decent summary?
Yeah.
Okay.
The way we're doing it is wrong.
Okay. So with all that said, any intent for an amendment?
I'm going to join Garrett.
Okay.
Oh, so
Mike?
I'm going to support the motion. I've said it a bunch. We either need to trust our staff or replace our staff. So hopefully you or whoever comes next, this is happening a couple times a year, not 2 times a month, because I do get why that would be really annoying in those apartments, but they got to be able to clean their parking lots.
All right. Any other discussion pro or against motion? Good? Sort of?
Yep.
Okay. Winnie, will you call the roll?
Kevin Stein,
Yes.
Nick Card,
Yes.
Jessica Ayers,
Yes.
John Quinn, Garrett West,
Yes.
Mike Kurlinger,
Yes.
and Kevin Keating.
Yes.
We have 6 yes and 1 no.
Okay, that passes. Take a quick aside here, Mr. West.
I move to direct staff to bring us an amendment to Medford Municipal Code 5.225, subsection F, relating to noise in residential zones and street sweeping and parking lot sweeping.
Second. Okay. We've pretty much gone through the pros and cons on all that. Is there additional
I don't
discussion?
understand what this does.
This now will send, this starts the code amendment process to add street sweeping to the subsection of exceptions. So we're not doing these as one-offs.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just add, so as I explained to begin with, there are numerous examples of noise in the city. Almost in every other case, there's an exception process for the city manager or their designee to provide an exception to where they can still do the work. This particular code doesn't allow that. What the motion is doing would be amending the code to allow city manager or designee to provide exceptions where appropriate.
Last comment from me is this does not seem to be anything that is actually happening a lot. I mean, literally, there's only one other time it's happened, which is mentioned, which is the Rogue Valley Country Club back in 2019 got relief as well. So this is not some sort of big issue that necessarily necessitates having a bunch of code language being brought in for this long-standing issue that's happening all over the place. This is a very small issue, and where this is, again, the circumstances here is there is already a commercial land and they happen to put residential next to it, which is not something that's happening a lot across the city of Medford. So I'm generally against just having a lot of time put into one-off situations like this. So it's fine doing this as it is because it's already before us, but a bunch of code changes I'm not generally in favor of for small issues. The turkey thing.
The one comment that I'm going to make is I think as the city, part of why this was a one-off in the past is because this is not a very common construction for the city. We do not have a lot of large multifamily complexes in Medford of this kind of scale. I do think the changes that have happened to state law and the way our development continues, this is going to become much less of a one-off kind of situation. So I agree with you, Kevin. I don't want to spend a bunch of staff time taking care of one-offs, but I do think this is going to be a lot less of a one-off as development continues.
I'd also just say it seems like this is pretty simplistic because you're just adding language to already existing language. So
okay,
it's fine.
All right. Everyone's good? Can you call the roll, please?
Mayor, did you decide who the second would be?
I believe I got that second.
You got it? Okay.
The record
Clearly,
will
I
reflect.
decided Nick Card was the second.
Okay. Garrett West?
Yes.
Nick Card?
Yeah.
Kevin Stein?
Yes.
John Quinn?
Yes.
Jessica Ayers?
Yes.
Mike Kurlinger?
Yes.
And Kevin Keating?
Yes.
We have 7 yes.
All right, that passes and marching orders given. 80.2, Mr. Moreland.
Council Bill 2026-51, an ordinance approving Amendment Number 1 to the naming rights agreement between Lithia Motors, Inc. and the City of Medford, and authorizing a 5-year, $725,000 extension, which will end, $725,000 extension, which will end December 31st, 2031.
Probably worthwhile just for those watching to have a little bit of background information on this.
Mayor, Council, Rich Rosenthal, still your Parks Recreation Facilities Director, and continuing the Parks and Recreation theme of tonight's council meeting is an extension of the naming rights agreement, as Mr. Moreland just mentioned. So Lithia Motors took over the naming rights of the sports park in 2021, and what this amendment does, it's not a new contract, it just amends the existing agreement in 2 different ways. It extends the term another 5 years, which we're very happy happy about because changing the park name was not a very fun process. It was tedious, and we're really happy also that Lithia has agreed to increase the amount of cash on an annual basis that comes to our department that helps solve problems such as replacing artificial turf at the sports park. So this is another example of the great partnership that we have, the city has with Lithium Motors, and that we're really fortunate to have a company that is this civically engaged here in our community, and we're happy to be partners with them, not only on this, but also the pickleball facility and other initiatives such as the Winter Lights Festival. So this is an amendment and not a new contract.
Great. Any questions? Is there a motion, Mr. Carlier?
I move to approve Council Bill 2026-51.
Second.
That was Kevin Stein. Right? Whew. Any discussion? Thank you very much. Lithia Motors is quite the partner with the Parks Department at the City of Medford, and we appreciate this moving forward. Winnie, will you call the roll, please?
Mike Kurlinger,
Yes.
Kevin Stein,
Yes.
Kevin Keating,
Yes.
Jessica Ayers,
Yes.
John Quinn,
Yes.
Nick Card,
Yes.
and Garrett West.
Yes.
We have 7 yes.
That passes. We have no public hearings. I have given my proclamation for the evening. Therefore, I will turn this over for council business to the council president.
All right. Today in council officers, we did talk about procedural council attendance at meetings, and just reminding everyone that they need to give advance notice if they're not going to be able to attend a meeting. And it's not really feasible for Winnie to put together a Zoom the afternoon of the meeting. So we're going to request that if anybody wants Zoom, they do it before the day of the meeting. We talked about the Main Street restriping bids. They will be going out to RFP on July 29th. We expect to get bids in August, with work happening probably in late September or October, pending weather that cooperates. We are going to add an August 26th study session. Our study session agendas are pretty packed for the next few months, and then with holidays coming after that, there's really not an opportunity to push any out further. So we're going to go ahead and add that last Wednesday in August. There will be a potential new council orientation on January 9th. That'll be right after the first council meeting in the next year. So everybody that plans on being around at that time should probably check their calendars and make sure that there's no conflicts there. Kevin?
You gonna come visit?
I'll be a guest speaker. Okay, so Thursday, September 10th is the annual Chamber and Excellence Business Awards. We do have a table again of 10, so if you are interested in attending this event, please let Debbie know. And then last but not least, KJ asked me to mention the National Night Out that MPD is hosting on Tuesday, August 4th at Alba Park from 5 to 7 p.m. It's a community event, so please come on down if you are available. And with that, are there any committee reports that people would like to talk about? Kevin?
I haven't heard of this. What is that night out thing? What are they doing? Do you know?
Chief Arnold, I'm going to phone a friend.
That's it. That's the fastest I've moved today. Trevor Arnold, still your chief of police. Where's Rich? National Night Out is a nationwide opportunity for law enforcement agencies to connect with their community, engage with the community. It's not something that we have done here locally in Southern Oregon in ever that I know of in my 28 years here, but it's an initiative that has been highly used throughout the country and something that I wanted to bring to our area, and so I pitched it to Ella Ivins, our community engagement CSO. I told her I wanted to host more community-facing community engagement events each month, and starting with our Coffee with a Cop event this month, the National Night Out in August, and so She's running with it. We're going to have SWAT vehicles, motorcycle officers, police cars. We'll be barbecuing hot dogs and just have a lot of officers out there to engage and connect with the community.
That sounds amazing. So, thank you for being our chief and putting your mark on community engagement. That's great to see.
Thank you.
So one thing, not related to that, just other things. I went to the 4th of July Independence Day 250 event that we had at the Rogex. Very, very well attended, and my wife and daughter and I played pickleball for a little bit, and then I played school board member Eric Johnson in some basketball, and I succeeded a little bit on that. So, good time had by all. And it was really nice that we put on an event, and people spent some time over at City of Medford and got some hot dogs. And as always, thanks to Rich Rosenthal and the good people at Parks and Rec for putting that event on.
Thank you. All right, next going to give an update.
Jessica and I attended the Budget Stabilization Committee meeting on Tuesday. That was yesterday. Wow, time flies, especially when you're having fun. And so we heard an update. We're pursuing a couple different mechanisms to try to raise revenue and or reduce costs. And so staff's been working really diligently to try to bring us back some good information. Some of these could potentially be millions of dollars for the city, which is really awesome as we look into the next budget cycle. We don't have estimates yet for either shortfall or surplus for the next biennial budget cycle, though we did get a demo from Trevor and from Ryan about the new budgeting software that we're using. And honestly, putting on my nerd goggles for just a second is really cool. The level of transparency it brings to the budget, the way it'll be able to be integrated and shared with the public, the kinds of forecasting and models. Ryan and I are going to have so much fun with so many spreadsheets, man. It's going to be woo. So anyway, there you go, Madam President.
Okay, good recap. Thanks. Anyone else? All right, I'm all done.
Mr. Quinn, did you have a committee report?
I just wanted to say that I had my first month of being the council liaison to DMA, and it was a great meeting. Annie, thank you for stealing all the things I was going to say. Except another thing that I was going to say was things that impressed me, and they are very good at getting together and trying to work with other organizations to get volunteer assistance to do their various projects, which are awesome. The flags were great. There was an expression of interest in the kind of music programs we've talked about downtown, not quite as short notice as others have been, but doing more of that, and I will be supporting that when they come up, but emphasizing that it's more DMA that would kind of find the people and that we would offer resources to the extent we all think is a sensible thing. Councilor Kerlinger and I today went to a meeting at Kids Unlimited. I knew they were amazing, but was not quite aware how amazing they are. Great contacts, great time to talk with them. Very informative. I commend it to you guys if you have not done that. And that is what I have.
Okay. I'll do one quick report because Annie had brought up the minute with the mayor. And honestly, I can't watch myself, so I have not watched them.
You can't either, Mike.
But yes, fair. What I will tell you, though, is I'm going to encourage you guys to watch them because there is just very interesting people doing very interesting things in downtown. And there's plenty of places that I'm sure you guys are all aware of, but I guarantee you might find out about something that you don't. So I think it's worthwhile for the people, not for the mayor. Yes, ma'am.
Annie, I would like the uncut versions of the Minute with the Mayor, and I will watch those.
I'll be honest, I do a pretty decent job of monitoring my speech, so it would be safe. Okay, staff reports.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do have two staff reports. Ms. Barish is going to give us a quick update regarding labor negotiations. And then in our council goals, we have regular updates on Public Works and Park and Recreation for capital improvements. In your packet, you have a memo from Mr. Rosenthal, and he's just going to touch on a couple of those projects for you. Ms. Barish.
Mayor, Council, Bonnie Barish, still your HR director. Thank you, Rich. All right, so I'm going to give you a labor relations update on where we are currently. So our Teamster bargaining status, we had all 4 of our Teamster agreements expired on June 30th, 2026. We did not reach agreement before the expiration date. State mediation is now scheduled for August 19th and could roll into the 20th. It's going to be at City Hall, and the mediator is going to come here. We decided to consolidate between both the city and the Teamsters to consolidate the 4 contracts as one mediation, since they're substantially the same issues that are still outstanding for all 4 contracts. The Teamster units, just so you have an idea, it's the Water Reclamation Division, which is 19 employees, Construction and Maintenance, 49, Mechanics, 6 employees, Parks, Recreation, and Facilities, Maintenance staff, which is 24. So the total Teamster represented employees is 98. So the key outstanding issues, probably as you could guess, wages and benefits remain the primary unresolved issues. The union has proposed also some changes to management rights provision that we are believing, we're holding firm on those. Contract term remains open due to the city's proposal to eliminate any payment. Well, we never had that in our contract that we would pay retroactively, but we are adding language that says if we go past the expiration date that we are not going to pay retroactively. And the city, as you know, we continue to bargain in good faith, but we're committed to reaching a deal, but they need to be fair and fiscally responsible agreements. On another note, our police sergeants are now officially represented by the Fraternal Order of Police, or FOP, which is one of the largest police unions in the United States. We have not yet begun negotiations for an initial collective bargaining agreement, so there will be more there, and so no dates have been set yet. So next steps are all bargaining continues in accordance with the collective bargaining law, which is called PECPA, and we are going to work with the mediator. We have hired Diana Moffett, who is an attorney specializing in labor, who will be working with us on those mediations. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
All right, thank you.
Thank you for the update. Mr. Rosenthal. Are you still director?
So long as you say so, and thank you.
This has been your night, man.
Okay, I'm keenly aware you have other business tonight, so I have a project update for you. I will go into the 2-minute drill, the hurry up offense for you. I have 14 slides, and if you have questions, you know how to call me, text me, email me, but I'll go fast. I want to talk to you about Howard Memorial Sports Park. Well, first of all, we have 46 CIPs in our either parks or facilities or admin, and I'm going to tell you about the most public-facing ones and the biggest ticket ones. So obviously Howard Memorial Sports Park Development, very public-facing. You saw the people associated with the Vietnam Veterans Wall that was dedicated on Memorial Day, and want to thank our Kim Tremue, our park planner, and our building services department. They played an instrumental role, and you saw the people, the Veterans Group and Bill's Backhoe and many other businesses that made this great memorial happen. Of course, there was a ribbon cutting on June 5th for the pickleball facility, another partnership, $2.4 million facility if you include the SDCs that were paid there. The courts by Lithia and Driveway, that's a beautiful 19-court facility. I drove by 2 mornings ago at 9 o'clock, and 18 of the 19 courts were being used for drop-in play. It was a beautiful thing, and it really was a great public-private partnership that made this happen. City, Howard Memorial Sports Park Incorporated, Southern Oregon Pickleball Association, Lithia, and Outlier Construction. So that is a great facility for not only Medford, but for the region. Jackson Park renovation started in earnest this spring, and this is a picture of the old outdoor pool that operated from 1960 until 2023, and somehow we kept that thing open for 63 years. And it was a big part of the neighborhood there, and so that's what it looks like now. The project started with the demolition of the 3 pool tanks, but we're preserving the 1959 pool bathhouse as part of the renovation. And this is the aerial view, satellite view of what the park looks like now, and that's Fagoni Field on the left side of the screen. We upgraded that about 3 years ago. Now it's game quality again. That field was built in the late 1970s, and a lot of North and South Medford fast pitch games were played there, adult slope pitch. So that field has already been refurbished, and what we're working on mostly is the east side of the park for this $2.4 million project. And here's the site plan, and on the east side would be a splash park, a splash pad that has interactive features to it, as well as picnic pavilions, a new restroom that we plan to install there in February of next year, and we hope, if all goes well, to have this open by Memorial Day of 2027. It's a pretty ambitious schedule, but it's going to take this park, which I believe in our park system is the longest in the tooth and needs to be refurbished the most, and it's going to bring it up to a modern standard, and it's going to be pretty nice. And in terms of the splash park, this is what we have in mind. It's more than just water coming out of the concrete surface. It's going to be a little more imaginative than others that we have in the system. We think that this is appropriate for the neighborhood that had that seasonal pool for so many decades. Next project, sports park turf replacement, not inexpensive to do. So this is Harry and David Field. The city spent over $400,000 to resurface this. This is Bermuda grass mixed with ryegrass, and this has upgraded the playability and quality of our stadium. And we also upgraded the bullpen areas, and we've heard rave reviews about the playability. We also improved the infield and bought the machinery necessary to keep it nice. So that is a $400,000 project. And on the other side of left field fence there, this field 9, this artificial turf field, about $500,000, one of 2 that we replaced. This is field 9, and we also replaced field 7, about $1 million worth on those 2 fields. We have now upgraded 13 of the 15 field surfaces at Lithium Driveway Fields, with the remaining 2 fields scheduled next biennium, and then that will complete the process that we started in 2019 to rejuvenate the playing surface and keep our world-class facility world-class. And on to Prescott Park, our very popular trail system. So on the left side of your screen there is Prescott Park, and what you see, the red and white dashed line, is the Twilight Trail, and it's 1.33 miles, and we received a $75,000 grant from the state to refurbish the trail. It'll upgrade it, expand it, and make it higher quality. It'll look something like what we did with the Oak Trail, which is the picture on the right side. So that's about a $140,000 project, and they started this week, and it should be done here in about a month. And I want to show you one thing finally. So that is a security trailer that, as part of the park utility fee increase from December 2024 that council approved, gave us funding to be able to buy these things. They're about $40,000 each. And the significance is that they're portable, and it's a set of eyes that can keep watch on parks and facilities where we have vandalism issues. So this one is at Fagoni Field in Jackson Park, and it has a variety of cameras on it, and this is what we see. So if there's something goes on at that area, we can zoom in, we can go back, and we can see what happened or how it went down, or maybe even see a face if it's bad enough. And then here's the quality of those images. Then we can zoom in on things. Not that we have anyone sitting around watching these things all the time, but the significance is, and we have two of these trailers, and police has one, and we've worked closely with police and specifically Chief Arnold on these. We found that the calls for service, and there's one at, let me back up. There's one at Jackson Park. There's one at Howard Memorial Sports Park facing the Vietnam Wall, safeguarding that. And then the third one is at Hawthorne Park. The one at Hawthorne Park has reduced the calls for service by about 2/3. So it's like a giant flashlight that we're shining, and it is a deterrent, and it's really effective. And I thought you'd like to see and get a feel for those things. And in hopefully next biennium, we'd like to buy a couple more of these, as they've been very effective. So with that, that's the project update.
Well, thank you. Questions for staff? Well done. All right. Anything else for the good of the order? Any kind of set the record straight from something we heard earlier tonight at all? Okay. We are adjourned at 8:21.
Mira, 10 minutes from now, so 8:31, gavel in.
Nick Card. Kevin Keating.
Here.
Mike Kurlinger.
Here.
John Quinn.
Here.
Zach Smith. Kevin Stein.
Here.
Garrett West.
Here.
And Mayor Zarazinski. No?
That gives us how many people?
We have 7 present.
7 present. That is a quorum. All right. Approval or correction on the June 17, 2026 meeting minutes. Any? Seeing none, stands approved. Or requested communications. Winnie, anyone sign a public comment form?
Yes, we had 2 forms submitted. Lupita Vargas and Rocio Mendoza, and then Tom Cole and Rick Hutchins.
All right. Everyone kind of on down. Whoever gets to the mic first can speak first. Oh, as you guys come down, Winnie will read off any written comments. Okay, that's fine. All right, go ahead and come to the mic, and then just hit the little button on top, and then you can speak.
Got to bring it down a little bit for me. My name's Rocio Mendoza. I have a few roles here in our community. I am a critical care nurse at Asante in Grants Pass and a nurse manager at Providence. But I think most importantly, I am a Kids Unlimited alumni who came through the program. I'm now a mother of children who have gone through the program, have graduated, and we're just working hard to raise good community members and who continue to come back and give back to their community, which is something that I continue to do and have the opportunity to do through Kids Unlimited in different roles, whether it's volunteering for different programs or I just recently took on a role as president for Kids Unlimited Board. As I'm here representing Kids Unlimited in our community, I am hopeful that you guys will consider, that Mira will consider supporting the projects going on around Kids Unlimited and the growth and just everything that's developing around that area. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Next up.
Perfect size because we're the same size. Hi, everyone. My name is Lupita Vargas. I was raised in West Medford and also currently live in West Medford as well, proud to represent Westside. I am a KUA alumni. I grew up in the program when it started in Oak Grove as an after-school program. Grew up with parents who didn't have the opportunities to really go to school, and so when Kids Limited became a place where I could receive homework help, it was really monumental to my growth and the impact that I had in terms of reaching my goals of attending college at Bates and then also pursuing my master's and then being able to do a Fulbright in Columbia and be an English instructor. And so I'm here not only to speak as the impact that Kids Limited has had on my own life, but also as someone that is the Director of Educational Services for the program. I'm invested in our community and ensuring that future youth have what they need to be successful, and oftentimes that starts as simple as food security. And so the project that we bring forward to you in Mira is here to ensure that everyone can have a quality meal. We're looking at making pasta from scratch, providing access to a community in Liberty Park that if you ever have the opportunity to drive by, you won't see a lot of grocery stores. And so in order for us to really make meaningful impact, it all starts with working together with you all as community members and representatives to really put in the investment, not only just in your words, but also in your votes to ensure that Liberty Park can start looking like other parts of Medford, right? We heard a little bit earlier on about East Side and West Side, and I think together we can get there, but it's going to take work, and Kids Limited is always here to ensure that, we're changing that what community looks like. So I really encourage you all to vote yes for the Mira funds for Kids Limited. And if you haven't had the opportunity to come and tour, I would love to show you not only what we're doing in terms of our academy, but also our nonprofit for after school. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Rick Hutchins. I'm a 20-year board member at Kids Unlimited. I was born 52 years ago here in Medford. I I did not grow up in West Medford. I grew up in East Medford. I had a very engaged support system around me. When I moved back to Medford in 1999, I saw a community that had begun to change a bit. I remember going to Golden Spike Pizzeria in the Liberty Park neighborhood. That's where North Medford and South Medford students met on Friday nights. I remember growing up playing or bowling at the Medford Lanes at the location where Kids Unlimited currently is. The Volkswagen dealership next door was there, and a vibrant dealership. By the time I moved back, Golden Spike had left. The Medford Bowling Lanes was basically defunct. JJ North was on its last legs. So being a part of some other organizations, I realized the need to get involved so that all kids in our community could have an opportunity. But that led quickly to major capital projects, or a need of a major capital project at the Medford Bowling Lanes that we had just taken over. As we did that, we were able to draw on some incredible resources from people all around our community to completely renovate the former Medford Bowling Lanes into what we are today. But we deliberately, I should say, we were very, very specifically deliberate about making sure that what we did as a facility in our capital improvements would be something that would be a beacon of hope or light to the community when you drove down Riverside Avenue. Because that community had changed a lot, and there wasn't a lot of light down there at that time. So what you see at Kids Unlimited over the last 20 years is a result of that, and it's been almost entirely funded by just public donations, private donations. To my knowledge, I think we got a CWBG grant to help with some parking at one point, and I think that's it. But that isn't, that's not a complaint. It's just the reality of where we were. We needed to get moving, and we needed to do some big things. So I just appreciate you guys hearing our proposal, and the notion that you might partner with us in what we're doing in that community is something that we'd be really grateful to. And I think that what we're doing inside the facility and outside the facility is really something that has made an impact on that entire Liberty Park neighborhood. And so we appreciate your time and your consideration.
Great, thank you. So Mr. Cole is here. If anyone, obviously he presented last time. If anyone has any questions for him, you may ask them, but that's why he's on the list. If there's not anyone that has any questions, then he will be seated. All right. Winnie, what written comments did we have?
We received written comments from Angela Durant, representing the Gordon Elwood Foundation, and Brian Shotun in support of the funding for Kids Unlimited. These comments were submitted to the board and appropriate staff. Comments are also available on the city's website. There were no other written comments received for tonight's meeting.
Thank you very much. We'll move over to resolutions. I do not have someone to read it for me, so I'll read it. Resolution 70.1, Resolution 2026-009, a resolution authorizing a grant in the amount of $415,000 to Kids Unlimited for capital improvement of 705 to 715 North Riverside Avenue and 712 Pine Street, subject to the board's ratification of a grant agreement specifying the terms and conditions thereof. Mr. Weiss.
Good evening, Board. Harry Weiss, Urban Projects Specialist. This was the presentation that you saw at the last study session in June. And I'm just going to quickly reiterate what the project is. It's the renovation of 717 North Riverside to transform the former automobile auction house that used to be housed there into the primary production facility for the Possibilities in Food Production program at Kids Unlimited. They're seeking $415,000 of capital grant for exterior renovation work primarily, and also a couple of fees, mainly exterior landscape, signage, and these items specified in the sources and uses of funds. We pretty much covered this in the last study session. I know, Mr. Stein, you were not there, but I understand you watched the tape. Thank you very much. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have, but The request is ready for action by the board.
Are there any questions or comments? Mr. Mayor?
So Harry, and when we were discussing this last time, and I had programmed in my head what the loan versus grant program was, and I appreciate you giving me that additional information. And so the project meets like all the criteria for that. The one that gets sticky, and I think this is just a judgment call, is I'll even read it specifically. Project could not proceed without subsidy. How did we address that sufficiently in our findings for this?
I'm sorry, what was the last part of your?
How did we address that in our findings, or could you address that a little bit more? I mean, we see this, the 450, we see the stack in here, but that's really the question is, or at least the one thing that sticks out in my mind is the fact that that this is kind of the end of the road if we don't get in. I guess that's how it reads, but maybe that is not how it's been applied in the past few rounds.
You know, how I read that is, Tom had mentioned in a previous presentation that this possibilities may or may not be a profitable venture. I mean, that's not the point of it, is to be profitable. It's to support the kids and the workforce activities and all that. So, I mean, when you look at it from that standpoint, I mean, as a lender, would I do a loan on it knowing that it's not going to be profitable? Then the answer would be no.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the criteria as well, is you wouldn't be able to qualify. So in your opinion, would this project be able to qualify for financing?
I would have to look at financial projections to answer that question.
Based
but
on that
based on
assumption that it
commentary
runs.
that's been made, I would say no.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, I will say that I think you pose a very interesting policy question, which is often we like to be the lead catalyst with redevelopment work, but there are times when it makes sense for us to be the closing gap. When you look back at what we did with the Elks Lodge and the $150,000 loan, that was to close their final gap to complete a level of renovation that they could tenant the building. And they'd already spent a ton of money to get to that point, but they just couldn't get over that final hump. So I think the question is, would it proceed without us or not? We're still closing a gap, and it aligns with all the criteria that we have for making decisions about grants or loans.
Councilor Ayers? Or
Sure.
board member Ayers?
Whatever. I just want to make a few comments as to why I support this project from just I support this project in a lot of ways because I believe in it. But to rebut maybe some of the concerns that have been brought up, historically, as you have seen from previous materials, Kids Unlimited has spent almost $16 million in Liberty Park. About $1 million of that was in permits and site work. 7 properties were taken from blight. Another thing that we haven't really talked about is the economic impact that Kids Unlimited has. The KU tournaments at Rogue X in the last 3 years have generated over $3.5 million in economic impact. So it's not just about this one project, it's about looking at the overall investment that they've made in our community. And I believe that what they're asking for is a very small portion of that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Board member Card.
Thank you, Chair Stein. Thank you.
I'm just making sure I'm getting the right hats for everyone.
Indeed. A couple things. One is I really appreciate Kids Unlimited as a partner. However, I do think as Mura, that is not our primary concern. The primary concern for us is, does the funds that we're using help us address blight in the community? To me, this is a project that clearly does that. And the fact that we have identified these specific funds or these specific line items, I think goes to addressing one of my bigger concerns, which was the sort of the scale of exactly what it is that this project was Mira's funding. I'm very pleased. When I look at this property, I see this property as a perfect example of the kind of blighted property in the kind of area that we have been working very hard to revitalize. And to have a partner as amazing as Kids Unlimited come in is sort of, in my book, the icing on the cake. And so I don't want to sell you guys short, because I think it is phenomenal for all the same reasons that Jessica outlined. But to see us developing and improving and enhancing a piece of property that is in an area that we're targeting, that has clearly some of these blighted conditions, this to me is definitely a project that's worth Mira's funding. I don't see why this wouldn't be compatible with Mira's goals and outlines, and I think the funding amount, especially when you look at the return that we're getting based on the other secured funding already, is a perfect example of how Mira can step up with a small amount of dollars to help leverage a lot more dollars to get a project across the finish line. So I think this is a great thing, and I'll be supportive.
Does anyone have any, thank you, Mr. Card. Does anyone have any questions? Board Member Ayers, would you like to put out a motion?
No, because I don't have it in front of me. I would like to move to approve Resolution 2026-009, a resolution authorizing a grant in the amount of $415,000 to Kids Unlimited.
Second.
Moved and then seconded by Board Member Card. Board Member Curlinger.
I don't get to be Vice Chair Curlinger?
Oh, sure. Vice Chair Curlinger.
During our study session, and I chatted with Tom before, I just had some questions about like the use of the funding and whatever. We visited KU today, which was helpful. Harry, I think the commentary and the description like really pulled all the pieces together. Just since I've been on Mira, I feel like we've done assemblages and helped with seismic retrofitting and SDC fees. Like, I feel like I haven't been a part of such a front-facing project in my tenure. But reading through Mira's goals in this project made me really comfortable that they line up really well. And I've got no qualms about the work that KU has done and is continuing to do. And I think the pasta was freaking fantastic. So I'll be back for more. So yeah, I support this.
Any other comments? Go ahead.
So I've said this about other things we've spent money on, and part of the importance is not just the money, it's the fact that we're spending it. We're putting skin in the game. And that partnership via blah, 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 blah is one thing. Partnership by 415K is an entirely different story. And I think that's an important dimension of what we're probably going to end up voting unanimously to do today. That is worth commenting on.
Thank you very much. Any other commentary? Go ahead.
So here's, I guess, the wet blanket side of this whole thing is that how I donate my money to a charity is different than how I use the public's money. And that's why we have these policies. That's why we write down these findings. Because, guys, the need is out there. The one thing that when Tom came and spoke to us, that I can't stop thinking about it actually, is 3 poverty schools when he started, now there's only 3 that are not. The need is clearly growing and rising, and that is not in question. And there is a lot of things that we can support to hit that need. And that's where then I end back to the Scrooge McDuck that I am here is going, okay, did we meet the policy that we set out? Are we accomplishing the goals that we want? And in all honesty, yes, we are. And so I'm supporting this, but I think having a critical eye towards these is not a bad thing for us to do as they come through. Because I can tell you right now, I mean, I've met with a lot of nonprofits, and whatever I do on my own time as far as donating to whatever, I'm into it. And so thank you so much. I mean, Rick, he really hits an interesting nail on the head about how that area has changed over. We're not going to use the guy. We went and met, and then he had the audacity to say something about last century, and it just made me. I think about that a lot too.
In the late 1900s.
Yes, yes.
So none of that is lost on me, but at the end of the day, it's good policy and it meets our policy goals.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? Quickly, I'll say I need someone to give me their card or whatever so I can make my way over there and see it for myself. And then, secondly, just in terms of Mira, like it's always nice to see when it's like we're putting dollars in and it's generating or helping out more money, right? Those are the things that are really those enhancements, and being part of that is really what make being here worth it, and why causes like yourself are why people get into the public service. So with that, Winnie, please call the roll.
Jessica Ayers.
Yes.
Nick Card.
Yes.
Michael Zarzynski.
Yes.
John Quinn.
Yes.
Kevin Stein.
Yes.
Garrett West.
Yes.
Kevin Keating.
Yes.
And Mike Kurlinger.
Yes.
We have 8 yes.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to 80, board business. 80.1, the motion allocating $120,000 for North Riverside Avenue sidewalk replacement.
Okay, so this is the follow-on to the prior agenda item. At the study session, when we analyzed the project in terms of what would be an appropriate intervention for Mira to participate, we wanted to distinguish between the frontage improvements on the sidewalk on Riverside, which is not a requirement of their project. Often we'll have redevelopment activities that trigger public improvements that have to be made around it. This is not the case, so they're not required to make any improvements to the street frontages. But the street frontage is in bad shape. It's a trash collector. It's difficult to maintain. So they proposed the question of whether we could look at a program of improvement of that 250 linear feet in front of the 717 North Riverside up to the intersection of Maple. So in the drawing here, it's the blue section that fronts on Riverside. We have an established bucket of money that we've been using for sidewalk improvements in Liberty Park since the substantial amendment was passed in 2018. The board initially allocated $1.2 million for that fund. Subsequently, that was reduced to $950 when Representative Wallen allocated some discretionary ARPA in the amount of $250 to do sidewalks, so we took that off the top. We've spent about $400,000 in various places around the neighborhood, and then we transferred the remaining balance to the Manzanita Street project. And for those of you who were here at that time, Carl McNair had pursued a Safe Routes to School grant for $1 million to do the sidewalks on the Manzanita frontages. We were not successful in getting that, so there was a shortfall in that budget. So we have fully allocated the $950 that was in the budget for sidewalks. So if you choose to fund this stretch, we have an estimate of about $120,000 to do this stretch for a 12-foot wide sidewalk with street trees. It would be funded out of currently unallocated cash resources. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Vice Chair Kurlinger.
We have the 400 that was allocated for Manzanita, but then didn't get utilized because of a budget shortfall?
We had about $500,000 of sidewalk money that we hadn't expended yet. And when we pursued the Manzanita, we were hoping that we wouldn't have to backfill the sidewalks, if we got the Safe Routes to School grant, but we did not. And the sidewalks on Manzanita are $1 million by themselves. So we took the balance of what we had allocated for sidewalks for the entire neighborhood and put it into the Manzanita project.
And that's still allocated for Manzanita?
Yeah.
And we're, okay.
That's committed. I mean, we're under construction.
Okay, understood.
Sorry,
it's a question and a half. This project it's a project that Mira would have taken on. It makes sense for Mira to take this on with or without the Possibilities project going on.
Oh, yeah. No,
adjacent
it's
to it, I
a
feel like.
deteriorated sidewalk and it's a poor design.
Is there doing this specific stretch at this specific time, is there any reason it's going to be any more or less doing it now on its own versus later or combined with something else or whatever? Is it relevant?
Well, the only thing I can say about that is that we are also going to be doing the reconstruction of Edward Street, the north side, which is on the north side of KU. And in talking with Ken Parducci, it makes a lot of sense for us to wait till that scope of work is let for contract, because we don't need to do a mobilization just for this little stretch. If we package that with the bid package for Edwards, we'll get a better pricing on being able to do this and better staging. So this won't happen until next summer when we do the Edward Street improvements.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
So I understand the ADA ramp for the intersection of Riverside and Maple. Can you explain to me more about how the sidewalk is deteriorated? Like, are we going to be making the sidewalk bigger? What's the plan for this? Because when I visited the site, the sidewalk didn't look so bad, so I guess I'm trying to reconcile those.
Right, well, one of the issues, and this was something I think that Tom addressed very clearly, is that we don't have a clear and final standard for this type of street. This is a legacy street. All of our standards within the TSP are for two-way streets, and we got this, this couplet of one-way arterials. So the default has been, a 7-foot sidewalk and a 5-foot planter strip. Well, you can go up and down Riverside and see the conditions of those 5-foot planter strips. They're usually just trash pits, and they're full of dog feces and needles, and they're not well kept. And one of the requests that Tom had suggested is that, can we use a different design standard? So looking in the code, it makes more sense that this be like a downtown street, which is a minimum 10-foot wide concrete sidewalk with street trees and wells. And so that is the proposal. It actually happens to be a 12-foot wide sidewalk from front of property to back of curb. But to change that, we need to demolish the whole thing in order to address properly the ADA requirements to make sure that we're compliant on ADA standards for the entire cross-section as well as at the intersections.
Okay, so we're going to make it ADA compliant, we're going to make it more into a downtown scene, I guess.
Right.
How we like, and expanding the sidewalk, given that there's a school next door that will facilitate children getting to school.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
I might be getting ahead of myself, but will council have to approve a deviation from the normal standard for this?
No, because it's not a hard and set standard in the code in terms of the TSP, so there's some discretion.
All right, let's get a motion, please.
I move to approve. I'm trying to find the number because I didn't have the page open.
It doesn't have a number.
I move to allocate $120,000 for North Riverside Avenue sidewalk replacement.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Nick Card,
Yes.
Mike Kurlinger,
Yes.
Kevin Stein,
Yes.
Mayor Zarazinski,
Yes.
Jessica Ayers,
Yes.
Kevin Keating,
Yes.
John Quinn,
Yes.
and Garrett West.
Yes.
We have 8 yes.
Thank you very much. 80.2, a motion authorizing a property line adjustment of Mira-owned lots located at 703 to 801 North Central Avenue.
Okay, y'all are pretty familiar with this assemblage of property. This is a site where we're working with Stewardship Development for the construction of a 115-unit affordable housing complex. We are under contract with them to sell them the frontage and to divide off the warehouse behind. The previous developer was going to buy all of it and tear down the warehouse. Stewardship said, we don't want the warehouse, we just want the dirt. So we have to do something in anticipation of the development of the future frontage by going ahead and getting a property line adjustment made to remove the warehouse from the assemblage. So the primary things that are driving this is we need to have a legal lot, and we want to address the problem, which is that where the site plan envisions the apartment building, that's exactly where all of our underground utilities run under that building. So they need to be relocated from under the building to a new place. So by doing a flag lot and putting the flagpole up on the north end of the property out to Central Avenue, we accomplish two things. It's a 30-foot wide flag, which is the requirement for heavy commercial zoning as the minimum standard for frontage, because the lot has to have frontage. And the flagpole will become the place where we relocate the sewer and water and gas, if we include gas, in the future utility services to the building. So what this means for configuration is that on the left is the current survey of record that shows the configuration of lots. On the right is the proposed configuration. We are still going to keep it as 3 lots, and the 2 lots we will sell to, or we will convey to stewardship. It will be up to them to decide if they want to do any further reconfiguration on their 2 lots. They will probably have to remove the intermediate property line by building code, because you really can't have a building that straddles a property line. But we're not going to do that, because until they move ahead, we need a contingency that says, if that project doesn't happen, now we have actually 2 lots that we could convey out for other uses in the future, and it gives us just that much additional flexibility. And as you know, it's much harder to partition property under our code than it is to preserve existing lots. So that is the rationale. This will come back to you in a different guise next month, because with this, we will rewrite the description of the land that we are going to convey in our option agreement with stewardship. So there will be an amendment that will come to you at the August board meeting as the follow-on to clean that up. And incidentally, I'll just add in as a little update, stewardship did complete their impact assessment application at OHCS. They have passed that hurdle, and they are now on the wait list. As soon as they move up the wait list and funding availability is opened up, they will start the next phase of development, which is the rush to, the hard work and the heavy lifting to get to construction documents and full design of the project before they get the final commitment for funding. So they're making progress. They were supposed to complete that by December 31st, and they completed it on July 5th. So they're well ahead of schedule.
Questions? Go ahead.
So looking at the site plan proposal, it doesn't seem to be compatible with the flag lot. Is that just because that site plan that's a good idea, they threw that out there and that's what they were starting with? Or is that like actually, is that going to create issues for our access in the future for that remaining portion?
Okay, so on the question of access, and Mr. Curlinger had emailed recently about this very question, all of the access comes from the driveway at the south end of the property. That is an existing easement that serves Les Schwab, and because Central Avenue is a arterial, our code requires us to consolidate access wherever we can. So vehicular access to the site will be via that and through their parking lot. So our flagpole is not going to be a driveway. It is just a strip of land that gets us frontage and serves as our utility location. The other feature in this plan shows that there's some outdoor amenity space that would be on top of our flagpole and some parking. That would be part of the amendment that you will see next month that simply says, we agreed to give you permissive use or lease you for $1 a year the surface to put in a parking lot and a outdoor park space to serve your clients, but it's our dirt and our utilities are underneath. And we will do that immediately to get the utilities relocated.
Mayor?
So staying on this, and that's a good question from Nick, and I understand this is just schematic, but now I'm thinking a couple things in my head. There's an existing easement for this parcel going south?
Correct.
Okay, so that exists. We would still need then a utility easement for the existing utilities. Am I incorrect on that?
For the utilities.
If I'm looking at the service, if we look on here, it looks right here.
The dash
It
lines.
appears that there are existing utilities that serve this warehouse.
Right.
That will now be on somebody else's property after this property line adjustment.
Correct.
So we need an easement for those.
Well, no, we need to relocate those utilities because they're buried underground. There's overhead lines, which are easily moved, and then there's sewer and
So
water that go under the building.
And so when we do that, we're creating a need. How does that work? Because now you're basically doing something and you don't have utility service anymore? Once we do this this property line adjustment?
You move.
No, we still own all the property, and we elect to move the utilities to the north flagpole.
How would you sell it if you don't have, all right, I'm not seeing it.
No, I see your point. If we were giving this property to someone else before those utilities were moved, we would need an easement for now,
Yeah.
and then we could move them, and then the easement could be released. I think to Harry's point, we still own all the property, so we don't need to give ourselves an easement. They'll be moved before someone else gets the other parcel.
By us. So
By
we're
us. Yes.
essentially now signing up to do utility work on this parcel.
Right.
And I'm wondering, is that smart? Does that make sense to do?
Well, if you're going to, if you, there's another question here, which is ultimately, what is the disposition of the warehouse? And the warehouse becomes either surplus property that we can dispose of just as surplus under Chapter 606 of our plan, or it becomes a project. One of the things that we are exploring currently with Parks and Recreation and the Facilities Department is Facilities has looked at this and said, this is a 20,000 square foot warehouse. This serves a lot of needs and is well located for storage that Facilities needs, as well as a location for their offices. That ties back to the space analysis and facilities plan that is ongoing and addresses questions about what's happening out on McAndrews Road at the Operations Center, where everybody is piled up on top of each other. So that will be another question that we will bring to the board as a potential disposition scenario, is to transfer ownership of the warehouse to the city, specifically to be used by Facilities. That's a really nice complementary use for the apartments, because one of the issues is we got an elder senior housing here in the front. This is heavy commercial property. You don't necessarily want a noisy, stinky, disruptive kind of neighbor, and the city's utilization of the warehouse solves a problem, and it's a pretty benign and passive activity, and puts additional eyes on the back of the apartment complex for security purposes. So it kind of syncs up pretty nicely as a potential disposition, but you all have to debate that in the future.
I'm not suggesting that the warehouse doesn't have its value. I just wonder why we're creating, it feels like we're creating the need for us to move utilities.
Board Member West?
That's actually my question. I'm sorry, why are we going to have to move the utilities?
Utilities can't go under the apartment building.
Oh, I was assuming the dash lines to the north of the apartment building.
That's the relocation.
That's the relocation.
Yeah,
So-
but it's, you see, there are currently dash lines that go under the building.
Lots of dash lines. Now I'm understanding.
That's-
Okay.
I'm sorry,
So
I should have made
we
that
would
clear.
move the utility lines, which would be under the apartment
Correct.
building, northwards. It would still mostly be on the other parcel, on the apartment building parcel. So we'd reserve ourselves an easement or something for those.
Well, no, we'll move it into our flagpole, so it'll be entirely on our property, so we don't need an easement.
Right. Yeah, maybe this is this is why that's confusing, is just proportionally.
Oh.
The flag lot is
Is
much
narrower,
further north
right. Just
than.
push all those dash lines. This is
I
exactly.
assumed that was existing, by the way.
So this is the same as what we did for the hotel. We had to relocate the gas line that ran up the old alley in order to clear the site to make it developable, so they could build a building on top of it. Exact same process. We will all be responsible for relocating our utilities serving the warehouse off of your property so that you have a clear site to build upon. I probably should have said that at the beginning. It would have been a lot simpler.
If you could just make your drawings more accurate, it would be helpful.
Ooh, ouch. Okay.
If I could, and maybe you already stated this, but in itself, the only thing it does is, move the lot, right? Or combine the lot or whatever that is, or property line adjustment. And And that's the $10,000 it talks about. So once this is completed, are we also going to be spending the money immediately or in the very near future to do all those utility movements?
Well, that's why they're sitting in reserves on your capital tracker, because we have $500,000 in reserves to deal with the disposition of the warehouse. You haven't fully allocated that, and we don't have a hard number. That's a pretty generous number. But, for example, when we bring back the disposition scenario for the city, this is a useful building. It's got a significant amount of deferred maintenance. It's going to need some upgrades. It's going to need these utilities relocated. So we could just give it to the city, and you all as council could find money to fix it up, and then it becomes the gift that keeps on giving. Or we can convey it with Miro dollars and get it ready so that facilities can just move in and take over.
So my problem is that we don't know if this project's going to happen, right? This has always been my take here. We can hear lots of good stories. We can hear that it's on a list.
Yep.
And until the point happens where there's allocated funding and they've got their capital stack together and then they're ready to break ground, we don't really know what's going to happen because there's many variables out there. Because there could be a situation where the project falls through. Then we still have this, combined parcels of land, and then we put it out, and maybe there's something completely different, and then they want all of the land, right? They want to strip off the unit, and they want to use all of it for something else.
A car wash.
That could be there, yeah. So that's my concern of like maybe you got to move the utilities no matter what. I don't know, but like prepping something for something that might not happen. Help me out with this.
Okay, let me explain that. Currently, the big L-shaped lot that you see there, that's the warehouse lot. So this actually results in a better configuration of land for disposition for any development scenario, whether it's the apartments or whether it becomes something else.
Okay.
So clearing the land of encumbrances that impede the development of the site is a good idea in and of itself, regardless of whether it's stewardship that builds an apartment building or whether this becomes an office facility or some kind of retail facility.
Because you're saying, because you can't build on top of the utilities, you got to put it somewhere, no matter what's there. So you put it up on
It's in the way.
You put it all the way on the north end.
It's the way of anything. It's in the way of anything you're going to wind up doing on the frontage.
All right, thank you for explaining that to me. Board Member Vice Chair Curlinger.
I don't actually care. I agree this makes sense to do for this project or any other. Do we have a concept, just for the sake of thinking ahead, of what it's going to cost to move utilities yet? Or is that
the utility relocation is not that expensive. It's I want to remember exactly the number that Ken gave me. I think it was in the $45,000 to $55,000 range.
Okay.
And then we also got an estimate to put a new roof on the building. So about $200 would take care of a roof and the utility relocation.
Okay, just curious, not a point that would be a make or breaker for this deal.
Yeah.
All right, can we get a motion, please?
I move to authorize staff to submit a property line adjustment for 3 parcels located at 711, 723, and 801 North Central Avenue to the City of Medford Planning Department.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there further discussion on this? Okay, great. Winnie, please call the roll.
Garrett West,
Yes.
John Quinn. Michael Zarazinski.
Yes.
Sorry, did I do the wrong second?
I didn't second.
Oh, who
Mr.
seconded?
Card seconded.
I don't know
Mr.
why
Card
I get
votes
you guys
yes.
mixed. I get your guys' voices
Mr.
mixed
Card
up.
is
I'm sorry.
disappointed.
Mr. Card.
Yes.
Jessica Ayers.
Yes.
Mike Curlinger.
Yes.
Kevin Keating.
Yes.
Michael Zarazinski. I'm sorry, I got distracted. The whole roll is just a mess, I'm sorry. And Kevin Stein.
Yes.
We have 8 yes.
Thank you. We do have a study session. Is there any director and staff reports for this meeting?
No. Thank you.
Is there any proposition remarks from board members? All right, we will adjourn at time 9:15. And now we will go into study session.
Good evening, Board. It's your interim Mura Director, and I'm here to introduce Nick Papanuk from Tiberius. He's the first two items of our meeting this evening for the study session. He's going to cover his company's work for the feasibility for the new urban renewal area, the feasibility study results. And there'll be a little break in between that presentation and a second presentation, which is a little shorter presentation, but goes over the scope of work that they've prepared for preparing the Mura 2.0 plan and its adoption. And after Nick, I will come back and talk about some important timelines, triggers, costs, some early funding discussion, and next steps. So, introduce Nick.
Okay, glad I can be here tonight for some 9:15 detailed financial analysis. I'm sure you're all thrilled for it. So we completed a financial analysis looking at the potential revenue that could be generated from a new urban renewal area in the city. This presentation is not getting into the policy reasons of why this would be great, or the economic reasons of what these investments could do for the city, the land use reasons of what you could develop here. This is purely focused on the financial analysis. I'm not going to belabor this point because this is a city that has an existing urban renewal area, but for the record, this is a tool that works. It's a financing tool. It's focused on economic development. It is funded through the division of existing property tax levies, not through increasing property tax levies. So that means that this generates funding without increasing taxes on taxpayers. The core concept of urban renewal is to address blighted areas. Urban renewal has limits. It's primarily limited by maximum indebtedness. So when we're looking at a new urban renewal plan, we are considering what maximum indebtedness might be the reasonable target to set for that area. Plans can be limited by duration, and a lot of times that's how folks think about it. This plan is going to last for 20 years or 30 years, and it's going to be diverting property tax revenues for that period of time. But there isn't any statutory requirement that you have to have a duration limit. You set the maximum indebtedness, and if your revenues come in faster than expected, you close it down faster than expected. If revenues come in slower than expected, then you take longer to collect those revenues before you hit the maximum indebtedness. There are additional limitations on establishing urban renewal areas on the total acreage and the total assessed value within your city that can be included in urban renewal plans. Because the existing urban renewal area is no longer collecting tax increment revenue and won't be a factor going forward, the new urban renewal area can have no more than 15% of the total assessed value or acreage citywide. That would be 2,600 acres or $1.5 billion of assessed value. The boundary that staff came up with is not $1.5 billion of assessed value. It's about half of that. This is a boundary that is about 7%, 8% of the total citywide assessed value in acreage. You can see on the map that it goes as far south as Stewart Avenue, as far to the north as the Rogue Valley Mall, west over to Oak Grove and Road, and then the eastern border is mostly I-5, but it does extend east of that in a few locations. If folks are curious about the rationale for drawing the boundary the way that it was, those are questions best addressed to staff. As I just crunch the numbers, I don't design the boundaries. So speaking of those numbers that we're crunching, we forecast three different growth rates for this area. We forecast 3.5%, 4.25%, and 5% growth in assessed value per year. Where did those numbers come from? The middle number, 4.25%, that is equal to the growth rates on average that both the city and the county have experienced over the last decade. So you look at the last 10 years of assessed value growth, the city's been at 4.3% per year, county's been at 4.2% per year. This is showing 4.25. This is essentially saying that this area is going to capture its fair share of the regional growth in assessed value. If you look at the number below that, at 3.5%, 3.5% is the growth rate that this area has already been experiencing in past years. Now, because this is a custom geography, we don't have detailed reports that show the growth in assessed value every year of the last decade like we can do for the city or the county, but we did have a snapshot in time at some old data that we happened to work with 5 years ago. So over the past 5 years, we know that this collection of properties has grown at an average rate of about 3.5% per year. In Oregon's property tax system, almost all areas will on average grow at least 3% per year. Not all areas, not all time periods, but most places will get 3% because that's what the maximum allowed rate of appreciation for assessed value. Our state property tax system allows this disconnect between real market value and assessed value. So real market values are usually well above assessed values, and that means that the assessed value keeps trucking along at 3% per year. So 3.5% represents that a relatively low level of new construction activity taking place here. Mostly you're just experiencing the appreciation of existing property values. The 5% growth rate is above what we've seen at citywide and countywide trends, but it's not an unreasonable number. That represents an area where you're putting a lot of new investment into and incentivizing a lot of new construction value. So that's a possible scenario, but it would be an optimistic scenario, and it's going to be something that's higher than you've seen citywide or countywide in the past. So what do these numbers come up with? Okay, 100 numbers on this tab. Let's start at the top and go down. So the top row, we're seeing the percentage growth that we're assuming, 3.5%, 4.25%, 5% growth per year. The next number beneath that represents, on average, how much new construction activity would need to take place in this boundary to achieve that percentage growth. So every year in the 3.5% growth scenario, you'd be looking for about $7 million of new construction taking place somewhere in this boundary that, again, today has $800 million of assessed value in it right now. To get 4.25%, you need on average $20 million of new construction activity. And to get 5%, you would need on average $36 million per year of new construction activity. So that shows the level of investment that's needed to achieve each of these growth rates. The next number is showing if this area were around for 25 years, that's not a magic number. Again, there is no duration limit, but previous analysis that the city had done looked at a 25-year forecast. We kept that consistent here. Over 25 years at these different growth rates, you'd collect this amount of revenue. So 188 million in the lowest scenario, 246 million in the medium scenario, and 313 million in the high scenario. Typically, urban renewal areas don't spend their money just on a cash basis, but they incur debt. And now you've incurred debt, you have to pay debt service payments, and that means a portion of your money isn't going to pay for the principal cost of projects, but it's paying for interest on that debt. We assume some vanilla financing assumptions. These were not specific to individual projects you want to fund. We just used generic borrowings every few years, looking at standard terms. When we did that, and we looked at how much would be spent on interest, we now see how much of this revenue you'd have available to spend on capital projects over this time frame. And so that's the maximum indebtedness line that ranges from 160 million to 210 million to 268 million. Those numbers all may be higher than you're interested in spending in this area. I'm not suggesting that any one of those numbers is the right number. This is just saying at these growth rates in this boundary, if you did collect revenue for 25 years, this is the maximum indebtedness we're forecasting you'd be able to achieve. That maximum indebtedness, some of that money is spent in year 1, but some of it's spent in year 25. And with urban renewal, because the revenue grows over time, more and more of those dollars tend to be spent in those later years. And in those later years, you have the impact of inflation over time. So when we adjust for inflation, assumed inflation, we back that down into today's dollars, and we see that maximum indebtedness, its real purchasing power, is equivalent to the bold numbers in the middle of the chart, 99 million, 129 million, or 164 million. So if you were looking at a list of projects in today's dollars, that's the number that you'd want to look at in terms of how much this area could afford. We then break that into 5-year chunks of when those dollars would become available, and you can see relatively early on, relatively little money available. We're looking at 10 to 16 million in the first 5 years, with the financial capacity growing over time as the assessed value in this area increases over time. I mentioned earlier that's based on these, what I call the vanilla financing assumptions. You're only borrowing with level debt service payments. You're sizing those payments so that they are equal to 2/3 of your annual cash flow. So it's being conservative. There are lots of ways you could look at different financing options that would get you more funding sooner. But generally speaking, any way that gets you more funding sooner means you're taking on more risk, or you're going to have a higher cost of debt service long term. This slide illustrates the medium scenario that we were just looking at, 4.25% growth per year. So the light blue line is showing that TIF revenue coming in over time. That was $246 million of TIF revenue over the 25-year period. The dark blue is showing the availability of funds to invest in projects in today's dollars. And so you see the spikes every 5 years. That's when we're showing a new borrowing would occur. So you borrow money, you've got more money now to spend than you're bringing in that year, so you can get some big projects done. But then in the subsequent years, now you've tied up a portion of your cash flow on debt service. And over time, as you've taken out more and more debt and haven't paid it off yet, more of your cash flow is tied up on debt service. And so you can see, as time goes on, your ability to spend is limited because you've taken on debt that you're paying off in those later years. That covered how much revenue we are forecasting this area could generate. What could you spend those dollars on? The key thing is capital projects. Urban renewal cannot be used to pay for maintenance and operations. So you can pay for a new street. You can build a street, but you can't pay for street sweeping. They need to be focused on economic development programs. Public buildings can be included, but that requires approval from overlapping taxing districts. So there's a concurrence process, but basically you would need the city, the county, and the school district all to agree to allow a public building to be included in here. The projects that you spend the money on must be located inside that boundary. You can't spend it anywhere else in the city. The project must be identified in the adopted urban renewal plan, though you can always amend those plans to change those project descriptions. And the projects must conform to your adopted comprehensive plan and economic development plan. We mentioned that this tool works not by increasing taxes, so no taxpayer in the city would be paying more because of the urban renewal area, but there's also not free money out there. This has to come from somewhere, and so it comes from the division of existing property tax revenues. So all the taxing districts in the city would be foregoing their property tax revenues while the urban renewal area is existing. To the extent that the urban renewal area is investing in projects that grows the tax base, a portion of these dollars wouldn't exist but for your investments. The most successful urban renewal areas out there are the ones that really do a great job of changing the trajectory of growth for an area and take an area that isn't growing very fast. We mentioned this area historically growing at 3.5% per year, and if you can get it to a 4.5%, 5% trajectory, you're creating value that wouldn't be there. And yes, these taxing districts are giving up their revenue, but you can tell them with a straight face, this revenue wouldn't be there if we weren't here investing in these projects. The impact is only on permanent tax levies, so any taxing district with a general obligation bond or a local option levy, those are not impacted here. We can see that the largest tax rate is the city itself. So the city, although the urban renewal area is administered by city staff and we're meeting in a city building, it's technically a separate legal entity. And the city's general fund is foregoing revenue here so that the urban renewal area can receive that revenue. The next largest taxing district is the school district, and then the county is third, and those three account for the vast majority of the tax revenues here. School districts, including the Education Service District and the community college, are not directly impacted. So we're showing the revenue that they'd forego from the local property tax collections, but all of those entities have state equalization funding formulas out there. And so anything that happens to your local property tax collections does not directly change the dollars that go into a classroom in your school district. If you establish a new urban renewal area and these revenues are being diverted away from the system, the state will look at that and they will provide additional funding to make sure that your school district is getting the same amount per student as every other district across the state. Likewise, you could have some major corporation come here and invest $1 billion of new buildings here, and the property taxes skyrocket. Doesn't change the local school district at all. The state sees that and they say, great, now we can invest less state money into your local school district to make sure you're getting the same amount as everybody else. Moving forward, if the Urban Renewal Agency and the city want to move forward with this, there is a process to get there. So first off, you have to establish an Urban Renewal Agency. That's here. We're talking to you tonight. Then you'd have to complete the Urban Renewal Plan and Report. We'll talk more about those documents momentarily. There would be an Urban Renewal Agency meeting where you would recommend that the City Council consider the plan and report for adoption. That starts what's called the consult and confer process. That's a 45-day window where your staff meet with the staff for all the impacted taxing districts and make sure that answer any questions about how this would impact them. They have an opportunity to provide written comment that you have to consider. This also then goes to the Planning Commission for review. They don't have a major role in the process. They're just confirming that nothing that's in this plan contradicts the comprehensive plan. You also have to give a briefing to the County Commission. They do not have an official approval role, but you still have to brief them. Then that finally comes back to a City Council hearing where the City Council would take official action on whether or not to adopt the plan by ordinance. If the plan is adopted, then you send notice to the county assessor. That whole process could be challenged by petition, and if it was successfully challenged by petition, it would then require a public vote, which would delay the implementation of everything. Otherwise, as soon as you send that notice to the assessor, this will be recorded and the assessor will start implementing it for the following fiscal year. All right, to recap, this area, I mean, it's a large area. It's got potential to generate over $100 million of capacity for projects in today's dollars, looking at a 25-year time frame. That capacity generally starts small but grows over time. The TIF revenue that would be generated here, that's an impact on taxing districts, not on taxpayers. And of those taxing districts, schools are not directly impacted. We did show hypothetical timing of when revenues would be available, but there are debt options that exist for accelerating that financial capacity. And the forecast that we have here, we showed 3 different scenarios over 25 years. There's a whole lot of uncertainty there. Nobody knows everything that's going to develop in this area in the next 5 years, let alone the next 25 years. And so new construction is what drives the growth in assessed value, and it's up to the action of private landowners, private developers, and the strategic investments that the Urban Renewal Agency can make that will determine how much of that growth happens in the future. And then the last bullet point, again, this has been an overwhelmingly financially focused presentation, but the decision to move forward with this obviously needs to consider the policy and economic considerations related to urban renewal. With that, I think pausing for questions.
Anyone have anything? It's a very thorough report about what we're doing. Oh yeah, go ahead.
In a number of ways, I'm new. I'm first term on the board. Your report was wildly helpful. I mean, Harry's covered a lot of this with us. I thought I had a pretty good handle on most of it, and then I went through this report and I was like, I have a even better understanding than what I had prior, so thank you.
Thank you.
I would ask, because all those numbers are pretty interesting, if we can get that to the city, and then so we can just go over, like personally, we can just have that document given to us so we can see the numbers and things like that.
We have that already.
Great. So if that can be dispersed in some way, I would like to keep that because it's interesting to refer back to at a later time.
It's in the packet.
I knew it was in the packet. Go ahead.
Okay, so simple question is, and maybe I got this backwards a little bit, but we're saying that, what was the very last slide about $100 million?
Yeah, that was talking about the capacity for projects in today's dollars, and that 100 million was corresponding with the low scenario.
Okay.
If we look back at
So, and this is maybe, I want to make sure I'm thinking of it right. So we're looking at a present value there, but previous, and so then we basically say the actual capacity to build is 160. So that 100 is really 160, which is really 188.4 minus interest minus inflation.
Exactly.
Okay. And if I told you that the previous mirror was like 87.7 million, what would you guess that to be? Would that be the after interest number? So that number kind of runs around in my head. It's like, well, I thought we did $88 million last time. We can only do
So the
100 this
maximum
time.
indebtedness is probably the number that you're looking at. I have to double check. Yeah, so maximum indebtedness is the 160 on this chart. That is the legally binding number. That's the number that you put officially loud and clear in the plan and report, and so that's what will be focused on long-term. But that number is really helpful when you're managing this over the next 25 years, but it's hard to conceptualize what that means today, given all the inflation that's going to happen as you implement this. So that's why we focus and highlight on that, the maximum indebtedness adjusted for inflation. But ultimately, if you adopted a plan, you'd be looking at that non-adjusted for inflation, the larger
Okay.
number.
So here's in my head, or not in my head, actually in my calculator, I was just thinking that 88 million was 1987, using 27. So I projected that out. It was like 254 million. But maybe they just had a much more aggressive growth rate.
Well, so the maximum indebtedness, even if your plan was adopted in the 80s, maximum indebtedness wasn't adopted until the late 90s. It wasn't a concept in the legislature until then. So you'd be looking at less inflation taking place since then. But I think that you're right. Lots of plans in the past, if you adjust for inflation, wind up with relatively large, kind of eye-popping numbers today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm probably just regurgitating in a different way what you just said, but at first when I was looking at this, I was thinking, wow, it would make sense to just like borrow it all and build right now because everything's going to be so much more expensive down the road, but in effect, you've already sensitized for that. I don't know. What's your theory on that?
It's what you think your interest rate's going to be versus what you think inflation's going to be. But usually your interest rate's going to be more than inflation. So borrowing more now won't help you get more done overall. You avoid the inflation, but you're paying interest on it now. So it's not really about getting more done overall. It's just about getting it done sooner. So.
Just to be, we were provided like 37 pages of stuff, and then the PowerPoint was like less than 37. So I think that was the point I was trying to make. Anything else? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, I am back again. So if you want to move forward, we have provided a scope of work for what it would take to adopt the plan and report. I think at a previous meeting, one of my colleagues, Elaine Howard, was here to speak with you. Elaine has written, I don't know, 80% of the reports across the state of Oregon in the last 20 years, maybe higher than that, maybe 90%. But she is transitioning towards retirement. I've partnered with Elaine for the last 20 years on those reports, and so we are very experienced in drafting these documents. So today we're just going to run through kind of what that process would look like. The plan contents. All right, this is all dictated by statute. You have two documents you're adopting. Why you have to do two separate documents at the exact same time, not just one document that covers it all. Ask a legislator from the last century, as we were saying. The plan needs to include a map of the boundary, go over goals and objectives. Your Citizen Advisory Committee has already drafted goals and objectives here. Project descriptions, that has to state the maximum indebtedness, provide an outline for development that's going to occur in the area, including a description of the proposed land uses. Talk about property acquisition if you know any specific properties that you're going to acquire at this time. And then talk about relocation if any of these projects are going to, again, require relocating existing residents in the area. When you look at these, this set of requirements here, the three that are really the most important and binding are the map, the project descriptions, and the maximum indebtedness. Those are really hard limits. You can't spend money outside of the boundary, so the map is important. You can't fund a project if it's not listed in the plan, so the project descriptions are important, and you can't fund projects that exceed your maximum indebtedness. So those three things are binding. Everything else is sort of providing context for the plan. The report is the companion document. They really function together. The report has It doesn't have any binding requirements in it. It's, again, more context document. I would say that the first three on the list, the physical, social, and economic conditions, reason for selection of properties, relationship between the projects and existing conditions, that's, again, all background information to make sure you've got this thorough context for the public on why you're looking at doing an urban renewal area here. The remainder of these, the project costs and estimated timing, the estimated TIF revenue, financial analysis, impact to taxing districts, that's all the nitty-gritty financial information. That's what I've been focused on for the last 20 years. That information is not binding, but it's all you have to make sure that you have a solid financial footing for what you're proposing to do here. And when it's not done well, there were plans that I would look at from before I got into this work, and I was looking at previously adopted ones, and folks were assuming 10, 15% growth in assessed value per year. Pie in the sky numbers that could never be achieved. And so the whole foundation of the plan didn't make sense because the financial analysis was too optimistic. So this is where you do the grounding of your plan to make sure that, yes, it's all reasonable. In addition to preparing those documents, a big part of this process are public meetings. We mentioned them before, the Urban Renewal Agency, the County Commission, the Planning Commission, and then City Council. There's going to be 4 public meetings that need to take place, and they all have their own specific purpose. In addition to those public meetings, there needs to be some kind of public involvement. What that public involvement is not defined in statute. Statute says you have to provide for public involvement in all stages in the development of an urban renewal plan. The types of activities that other communities have done, convening a task force that would meet 3 or 4 times, maybe has representatives of the community and of impacted taxing districts. Have an open house where you just invite the public to come and learn more about it. Provide handouts and educational material for taxing districts that are going to be impacted, meeting with those taxing districts to talk to them, attending other community events. I have attended a lot of empty open houses in my career, and I've attended a lot of well-attended farmers markets. So you may, rather than having the public come to you, decide we want to go to where the public is and go to the county fair or whatever other opportunities are out there to solicit input from the public. And then other messaging and communications. Some folks, put together informational videos that they can post on social media. The sky is the limit for what you want to do. There's something is required. What that something is up to each community. Other procedural elements as you would move forward with adoption, that consultant and confer, as it says up there, but consult and confer is required by statute. It's really just having staff-to-staff conversations with each of the impacted taxing districts and providing them an opportunity to provide written comments for you to respond to. This urban renewal is the only action in all of the state that you have to do this super notice requirement. So in addition to the regular newspaper notices of public hearings and public meetings, you do have to send a mailer, a physical mailer, to every address in the city, notifying them that you're considering taking action on this. That is a significant undertaking in and of itself. You have to prepare a legal description, work with the surveyor to do that, and then at the end, you do have to transmit this letter to the county assessor. You may also need to pursue concurrence with those overlapping taxing districts, depending on whether you're going to have a public building or there's a few other areas where concurrence can come into play. The timeline for doing this work, I have worked on, roughly 200 urban renewal areas in my career. I would say a minimum timeline of 6 months. Most of that is because of public notice requirements, consultant confer periods. It just takes time to have those meetings, getting the packet materials ready in advance. It takes time to have the number of meetings that we have here and all the notice that goes into them. I would say typical would be closer to 9 months. You have a leg up in some places because you've already done the feasibility study, you've already got draft goals and objectives, so you've got a good start to the content that would go into those plan and report documents. But as a larger urban renewal area, you may also want to do more public involvement, and that takes more time. And again, the factors impacting that schedule, public involvement, the upfront clarity you have on the plan and report components, that's a great, I mean, you have really good clarity right now, a good start at least. And then holiday schedules. We're looking 6 months from now, we'd be into the November, December timeframe, and that can be difficult for getting all those public meetings scheduled that need to happen. And I will pause for questions again.
So what are we, what's the ask right now?
So after you've had a chance to ask any questions about the process that Nick included in his scope of work, I'm going to come back and ask the board some questions about how to move forward.
Okay. So is there any questions about what we just were presented? I'm not seeing any. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go too far.
Yeah.
I might need you. Okay.
Do you want some?
So we just heard from Nick from Tiberius about the feasibility study results, about the scope of work for moving forward with the 2.0 plan. We understand we've got the adoption of goals and objectives, projects to be identified, a plan to be developed. So funding and next steps. So we're going to talk about some important timelines and triggers, early funding ideas, and recommendations. So TIF collection start date. So part of the, there are some requirements as to when the plan is adopted and effective. So you adopt it and then there's a waiting period for it to be effective with the notice going to the assessor. That trigger, depending on when it is adopted and effective, results in how the timing for the TIF collection is triggered, basically. So if we adopt the plan prior to January 1st of 2027, the new urban renewal area starts collecting TIF starting in November of 2027. That is a pretty tight timeline. If we adopt the plan prior to January 1st of 2028, we start collecting in November of 2028. So due to the time frame that we have to complete a plan, it's most likely that we're going to start collecting TIF in 2028. So, but the good news is that there's a different time frame for freezing the tax base. So adopting and having an adopted and effective plan before October of 2027, or when the assessor establishes its annual property tax certification, which is usually around October, we then freeze the tax base for the tax year of 26-27, which we then get the cumulative benefit of starting with the lower tax base. So we have a softer, an easier deadline to meet. So I think October 2027 would be very easy to meet. So basically, that is a bigger financial benefit to getting into the tax base at a lower rate than waiting an additional year, which would happen if we missed the October 2027 deadline. Does that make sense? Okay. So early funding prior to TIF collection, knowing that we probably won't be collecting TIF until November of 2028. The plan will probably be adopted in 2027. Then we're going to have this gap of no TIF collection, and we'll have limited available funding during this period. And so funds available to the new district during this period will be limited to interest earned on MIRA 1.0's non-tax program income, bank lines of credit, borrowing from the city as the city bonds for funding, other mechanism as interim notes, development agreements, if there's development that could benefit from MIRA 2.0 or there's a developer that partners. These are the only spendable resources prior to TIF collection. And even when TIF collection begins, it'll begin at a low rate so that it'll take some time to gain a pot of TIF funding. So because there's been interest in a major project, that affects a couple different aspects of how the program develops. So if you are doing an urban renewal plan that has an approach of a variety of programs and projects, we would essentially start the plan now and would work to finish the plan as quick as we could. We would bond as Nick described in the way that we would leverage bonding to fund projects in the future, but it would be a typical way that urban renewal agencies bond, and there's limited risk. Right now, we have interest in a large project, a stadium, and the stadium, because we need the dollar amount of the stadium to understand the total package of what the urban renewal agency will be doing over 25 years for its project list and the estimated costs. That's going to delay us really developing a project list and that estimated cost until we get that information back for the stadium until November. So just keep that in mind. We are waiting for that information to develop a full plan. Even if we started right now, we will have that dollar amount. We can estimate it, but it will be not confirmed until that's completed. If we decide to move forward with the stadium, once you get that number and we build it into the plan, and the plan then has a stadium plus other projects and an estimated cost as a total cost, there is an additional cost for the city to meet the timeline of the stadium in which we have to bond early. So we'll be bonding early, the city will be bonding early, and that money will be going from the city to Mura to pay for things like stadium design and stadium construction, so we meet the timeline of the stadium project. So there is an extra cost to bonding early, so the city will be carrying those payments solo, nothing from TIF, nothing from Mura. And then Mura will be paying through the city an additional cost for carrying that bond. It'll be a bigger bond than we would do if we were doing a variety of projects and programs. So just keeping that in mind. I don't have those numbers, just thinking about it in a bigger picture that it'll be a bigger expense. On the risk column, just to keep in mind, if the city does a large bond for a stadium, the city's putting its full credit on for the bond, and the city's fully responsible for that bond debt no matter what. So the city then takes the liability of the bond, and we know that the Mura TIF will be insufficient to cover the bond debt for at least 7 to 10 years, and may be insufficient going forward. There may be other types of funding that needs to be secured in order to meet the bond payment requirements. Other risks, the city will be more in debt, so it could reduce our credit rating, which then would cost more to the city for future borrowing, for other bonds, for other projects. Bond sales could be challenged by the public. There is a public process for the public to challenge a bond, and there could be a second opportunity for referendum related to the bond sales. And then we would need to really make sure that we're clear on the cost of the stadium, because the post-adoption increase to maximum indebtedness is limited 20% of the initial amount. And if we have to go and change that number, it would be very difficult. So we want to make sure whatever amount we get for a stadium, we have built in the contingency. We don't have to go back and ask for additional indebtedness. So just to go over how the city to Mura funding structure works, once the plan is adopted and effective, it is able to enter into a loan agreement with the city, meaning it's an entity, it can sign an agreement with the city and borrow money. The city then issues its full faith and credit for the bonds. The city loans the bond proceeds to Mura through an agreement which sets up Mura's pledge of its TIF, sets up the payment plan, explains how it's going to repay the city for using the bonds. The Mura then repays the cities from its TIF fund as the TIF fund collects funding, and the city pays the bond service. So if Mura fails, the city is completely liable for that debt, and it would have to pay it from other sources. So another aspect to this is that Mura 1.0 is in its final moments. So we have to kind of wrap up Mura 1.0. We have 19 million in allocated to projects and reserves. We have 1.5 in unallocated cash. We have 4 sites that Mura owns, development sites, and the way to address this issue so that we don't have parcels and projects in both of these districts as we stand up Mura 2.0, Mura 1.0 needs to be reduced down to these sites. So we will redo the map and and survey that map so that we have a map for Mira 1.0 that only includes locations that we're still either owning or having projects planned for. And then once those projects are completed and it's no longer in the Mira 1.0 boundary, it can make its way into the Mira 2.0 boundary if they're in an area that overlap. So there's some extra work to be done that wasn't in Tiberius' scope that relates to reducing Mira 1.0 down to its essential sites. So we have that going. That'll be another little project. So, there's some recommendation and some asks. Staff is recommending we move forward with the Tiberius scope because in all of the decision trees, we still, I think, want a Mira 2.0, and that requires quite a bit of work. So starting that process sooner than later, and the money for the funds for that scope are already on the tracker. So we've already set aside funding. Start the wrap-up of Mira 1.0, the remapping of it, and having it be minimized to the parcels or right-of-way that have projects that are identified in Mira 1.0. You should also know Mira 1.0 is concluded and has money in the bank. It goes back to the other taxing agencies. So we want to make sure that we complete Mira 1.0 and use all our money so it doesn't go back to any other tax agencies. Then we're going to return to City Council in November with the stadium cost. And then at that point, there'll be a decision for the council to determine if the stadium is going to be part of Mira 2.0. You'll then know the dollar amount, and we'll be able to have this conversation about the entire program and project list and the cost for Mira. If it's a yes, we will move forward and try to get the plan adopted and effective by March 2027. Because of the early bonding timing, we really need to get the plan adopted so we can borrow against it so you can start to build the stadium. So there is some pressure there regarding to the bonding. And if it's a no, then it takes a little pressure off of the timing, and it means that we'll sunset the stadium idea. So that was a lot to comprehend at 10 p.m., but I'm here for any questions.
What I'm surprised about is how we've worked on this for years and we're still 9 months away. Because when we're talking about projections of when we could have this started, it was really in the fall before to the end of this year, and now that's not happening. So what did I miss out on where we did not fit where we're supposed to be projected to get done with this?
Well, there's the cost of the stadium. So getting the cost of the stadium, or at least an estimate, is critical to how the Mira 2.0 will function from like more than one level.
The project list doesn't come with numbers though, right? We don't say, oh, we're going to redo some streets and we're going to put...
It does come with estimates.
So we put a dollar figure next to it?
We put a dollar figure, and we plan to how we're going to spend the TIF increment over the life of the 25 years. And it'll change. You'll update the Mira plan over time, but you do come with an estimate.
But it seems like those are easy things to maneuver based on how decisions get made later in the process. So if you said that's a November timeline for the stadium, if it's a go, then you just move numbers around. If it's a no-go, then you move numbers around again.
When we have a path forward, if it's a go in November, then we finish the plan by March, and we then can bond against the plan, and we then get TIF increment in 2028.
But it's the fact that it's like one less year or 1 year further in the future with no money.
Yeah, that's true.
I have two questions. One's easier than the other. Nick, don't listen for a sec. 45K reasonable for the scope of work that's being proposed?
Very.
Okay, great. I don't have a point of reference. Cool.
Absolutely.
Just a theoretical question, because you had mentioned we can only increase the maximum indebtedness by up to 20% once we set it. What's to stop us from assuming 5% growth, setting our maximum indebtedness at $300 million, just knowing we'll never actually have that much, but we put that much on paper so we have headroom to spend?
That's a good question. I'm going to let Nick answer that one, because that's a good question.
Just for a quick point of reference, that's what we did with the current Mira. So back in 2016, there were asks from some council members to just kind of sunset Mira, and I kind of took it on, and so myself and Brian Shotun went to the taxing districts, 2017. We went to the different taxing districts, so we literally met with the county, we met with the school district, we met with Rogue Community College, and everyone was at least not opposing, and so we went through the process to do the substantial amendment, which got us the $20 million, or 20%, which is why we still have Mira meetings.
So the question was supposed to stop going with an aggressive assumption to get you a larger dollar amount. This also goes along with the previous question of, well, how detailed do we need our project cost estimates to be? There is not a clear threshold for how detailed your cost estimates need to be and how defensible your growth rate projections need to be. That's a political question. How will your public and your impacted taxing districts support the project moving forward? So anytime you are being more ambitious and more vague, your level of support can go down. Where that line is, hard to say. I'm a financial consultant. I am always advocating for being conservative. One thing that I don't advocate for being overly conservative on are the estimates for your maximum indebtedness, because it is the upper limit. And so if you're too conservative, we want to just assume 3.5% growth, you come back with this lower number, and then you get 4 or 5% growth here. Well, now you've kind of left some meat on the bone. You could have gotten more done, but you didn't because your original assumptions were too conservative. So that's the only time you'll ever hear me advocate for not being super conservative in financial forecasting. In regards to the clarity on project cost estimates, I think it's when you're doing the standard urban renewal approach of a laundry list of projects that all have relatively small price tags, it's easier to not have each of those project costs nailed down. But if your project list starts with one very large capital improvement that you're going to be bonding against next year, it's a lot harder to do good public outreach without knowing this is the project that we're going to fund and this is how much we think it's realistically going to cost. So again, there's nothing that stops you from starting right now, doing public outreach on it with the information you have today. It's just about the quality of that public outreach with a project of this scale involved.
Anything else? Go ahead.
So, because I have a few questions around that, but I do want to make a point about sort of the feasibility or the public outreach. And one of the things that I keep going back to is what we discussed in our Citizens Advisory Committee related to Mira. And in fact, there was an explicit desire to not be so overly project prescriptive when it came to Mira because of the way that we have been the most successful, specifically to Kevin's point around what we've done over the last 10 years with sort of this last push of Mira by being able to, some small, some larger projects, some opportunity. And so the discussion around the Citizens Advisory Committee was not so much, let's look at the map of Medford because we've got to pick out these specific projects. It's let's look at the map of Medford with an eye towards the kind of futures that might exist in these areas so that we are well positioned in the event that certain kinds of futures happen to have resources to address those futures. And so I don't know how to reconcile that specifically with some of the things that you were saying, Nick, and with the project list and whatnot, but...
Yeah, and I think every community goes through this. What level of detail do you want to put into your projects? Generally, you don't want to say, we're going to build this bike lane for 262 feet, located between First and Pine. You don't want to get overly specific because this is going to be around for maybe not 25 years, but a good 20 years at least. And it could be 25 or more. And you don't know today every location of every specific project you want to invest in. So a lot of communities might say bicycle and pedestrian improvements is the project, with maybe a list of examples of specific locations where that's likely to occur. Again, that works well for system-wide improvements like that. It's harder to be vague if the project is a stadium. Similarly, I've seen this used in the memo. There's examples of the other large cities in the state that have done large urban renewal areas and what large projects they funded. And so we've seen this done for a convention center. We've seen it done for parking garages. When you have a large capital project like that, you usually don't see vague language in the plan. It's a specific, unique case that typically is defined well, whereas those other system-wide projects can be more generally described.
Well, I guess the part of the thing that I would, maybe I don't want to say like push back, but sort of reframe is that our conversations, to one of Kevin's earlier points about how long we've been talking about this, our conversations about expanding or doing a new Mira district started well before we were ever approached by the Emeralds to do a baseball stadium. And so like there are two tracks in the sense of like we've been moving towards Mira in this way, thinking about it this way, in my opinion, whether or not a baseball stadium ever happens to move forward. And I think that's kind of, to Kevin's question, a similar one, which is mine, is like, why does the stadium's existence and the specific dollars have such an important impact? Because we're not saying, oh, this is going to be a really big district because of the stadium, and if the stadium doesn't happen, we're changing the footprint of the district, or that impacts our maximum indebtedness. The stadium represents exactly the kind of hypothetical future that the Citizens Advisory Committee envisioned as having, if something like that comes about, then Mira
paying interest on that bond for years. So I think it does have and that reduces how much money you can spend on other things. So I think it does have a more outsized impact to the plan than other more sort of larger variety of projects. It doesn't mean we can't start the plan now and start working on it and come up with a list of projects and come up with a placeholder for the stadium, but I do think it has a ripple effect because of the bonding cost that other projects wouldn't.
So, I mean, just as a counterpoint example, one of the things that was discussed in the Citizens Advisory Group, specifically around the mall and potential renovation of the mall. In the event that the mall stops being a productive commercial property and turns into disrepair, which we've seen in many communities all over the place, the mall is not going to be a small capital project. And yet, I don't think if we're envisioning this plan, anybody's suggesting we should set aside $30 to $40 million to renovate that entire property, to acquire it, to demolish it, to rebuild it. I mean, I hope that that doesn't happen, but like those are huge projects that will have a significant impact on our, but not right away. I agree. It's not right away. But I'm just saying, but do we need to factor that in if that happens in year 7 or year 15? I mean, like that specificity feels counterproductive to the intent of how I feel like the conversations were going around Mira. And I'm not saying that like we just ignore the stadium, but I'm saying like we don't know the stadium today, and to hear that that is delaying the implementation of Mira, it, to me, seems like a cart before the horse kind of thing, or the horse behind the cart, I suppose. Maybe that's a better way to put it. And so anyway, that's just.
I think we could, from a technical perspective, we could start immediately to put the plan and report together with a general project list, with a general maximum indebtedness target, and with the generic financing assumptions that we shared tonight. We could have that together, and you could be out at farmers markets over the summer talking with the public about how they feel about it and what projects are their most important, et cetera, and have that ready to go. And we could run task force meetings with impacted taxing districts to talk about them and get their input on it. I think really it's that how does the public feel if we do that process and get that input now, and then 3 months later, there's a decision that instead of it being spent in these ways and with this type of a financing plan and this type of risk to the general fund, we're changing it dramatically to focus on a different project up front with a different level of risk to the general fund. It doesn't impact my work actually at all. It's just the assumptions that go into it and how that's being communicated with the public and with the impacted taxing districts, and then your own evaluation of risk of the financing plan. I think either way, we would start right away, because there's so many other elements of the plan and report that you can do regardless of whether the project list has a stadium in it or not, or emphasizes a stadium or not. Everything on the existing conditions and documenting blight and doing the social and demographic analysis, that's going to be the same regardless. Documenting the comprehensive plan and zoning here, all that work can progress the same, but a central component is the financial forecast, where you have detailed financial tables showing it's not binding, but we expect to borrow money under these terms, we expect to spend money on these projects in these years, and if you release that to the public painting one picture, and then you come back very shortly after and you've painted a very different picture, that's just the awkwardness there. Nothing to do with the technical work that we're doing, it's all about managing public expectations.
But I would say that if you're trying to be underhanded, then yes, that is not the way to go, right? But if you're providing the best information you can at that time, then that's okay. We could go through the entire process, everything goes, and we tell everyone exactly what we know at the time, and then we have a mirror district, and then a week later someone's like, oh wait, I want to put $100 million into your area, and I need $10 million of Mira funds to make this happen, right? And so you could have your best laid plans, and just the way that this goes, something new could pop up, and you say, oh, well, we didn't tell the public about any of this, but it makes sense based on Mira to now we're going to find a way to find $10 million to make this other project happen. I mean, you were here tonight. I guarantee you in 1988, people weren't talking about helping out, Kids Unlimited with a possibilities thing, right? It's the things that come up as you go, and it's important to, as a urban renewal district, to have funding available to see if it fits within your plan, and then it's up to those Mira board members at the time to say, yes, that makes sense, or sometimes, no, it doesn't. So I'm kind of with Nick here. It's just like, I think we can lay out the best laid ideas of what we have in the moment, and also convey to people that it grows and changes, right? We have 38 years of our current urban renewal district, and if you look at the plan from then, there's some things that happened, like the Vogel Plaza was in that plan, and so that was a public facility that could happen, totally within their control. And I'm sure there's things that didn't happen, especially around Bear Creek and things like that.
I also feel like from a public engagement perspective, I don't feel like I have any desire to go tell people, oh, no, this is the only thing Mira is going to be used for. It's going to look, there's a very gradual financing plan. There's going to be no big expenses. I feel like part of the transparent communication would be like, this is some of the big projects that we might do, and this is what those would impact. And if this happened, then this might look like this. Or if this happened, this might look like this. And here's some examples that we're talking about. And maybe this might happen this way, or it might happen this way. Like, because to the point of like even what I've seen in just my sort of narrow sphere of Mira, we make great plans all the time, and it's 6 months later they're right out the window. So like the transparency isn't from we have a specific financing plan, it's this is all of the kinds of variables that go into our process by which these things could change. And so I would think we have enough information to put some estimates together for a stadium cost that you could put together a basic example of what those would look like from a financial impact plan that would be able to be transparent as we communicate to people. That wouldn't necessarily stop us from adopting a plan, because what we know today is there is no committed funds from Mira for a stadium. That may change. That may change in November, but that isn't today. And so for that to hold us up from getting this process going, that seems, again, that's kind of the horse behind the cart analogy.
Michelle, I just want to clarify. The existence of a stadium is not stopping us from getting started.
Nope, we
It's
can get started.
the potential for a stadium can impact when we wrap it up, but it's not that there's nothing that regarding the stadium that's stopping us from starting.
Nope.
And accelerating it as quickly as we can.
Yep.
Okay.
So just there's no chance of this being done by December 31st.
I don't think so. I mean, the noticing requirements, you actually have to have it done by the end of November. You need 30 days of noticing, so I think it would be very difficult to do. And, I mean, I understand why you're frustrated with missing 1 year of TIF, but the 1 year of TIF, first year is
Well, I mean, it
around-
cascades. That's a cascading thing, right? So it means that 3 years from now, you have less than you would have if you started it early.
Yeah, the bigger cascade is the frozen tax base. That has the bigger impact on the overall cumulative funds that happen over the life of the plan. But yes, I mean, you are missing it. I think we could look at a schedule to see if it's possible, but I also think you're leaving yourself open to not having as much public outreach. There's 2 points where people could present a referendum on this project. One is during the approval process, the other is during your bonding process. So I think we should be really sensitive to making sure that the public is aware and, that we've done a really fine job of doing outreach and bringing people into the room, so we don't end up doing this whole thing and having somebody get enough signatures on a petition to do a referendum.
I don't worry about that because you can put out everything, the best, you can have public forums every week if you wanted to through every last area of Medford, and you can still have people do that. So that doesn't bother me from that perspective. The parts that I wonder about timelines is not so much holding town halls or whatever that looks like. I don't know what that background stuff is that you talked about in terms of
Developing
that kind of minutia of that. Like the project list seems much more basic, but then that this tax lot is this at this point in time, and that seems like the stuff that we don't have any we have no control over, and that's maybe the longer point, or maybe a part that can't be done. Because if it's just public process,
No,
that
there's
seems
a
like
whole-
stuff you can.
There's a whole plan you have to write. There's a
Yeah.
whole process that has to be written, and frankly, there's one person who's leaving.
Sure.
And one person who's part-time, and one part-time person who I've pulled from planning to work on this, and our consultant. So we have limited resources. It's not a full department that's working on this. So I would say it's actually 5 months we need to complete the plan in, and I think that's not probable, but we could always try, but.
I have $1 figure that might
Okay.
be helpful. So
Good.
I just looked at the estimated amount of revenue if it was adopted before the end of this year. The revenue that you would be likely to receive next fall would be around 400,000. And so that's what's being missed, is that first year. It doesn't have a domino effect in future years because the frozen base is still being established using the same tax roll. So 2 years from now, the revenue is the same, whether it's adopted before January 1st or after. You're missing out on the $400,000 of tax revenue that would have been collected in the next fiscal year.
Assuming that you're able to, later in the process, have that October.
Before next October.
Right.
Yeah. If you don't have it done by next October.
You'd be able to freeze it now,
Mhm.
and then not be able to, but you could collect on that frozen part a year later.
Right, it'll be frozen at the October
Yeah.
tax roll.
26.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, got it. Go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say. No,
Anyone
I'm
else?
just kidding. So I think that what I've heard pretty, and it makes sense to me, is the idea is that we can kind of step on the gas. We can come up with the at least program categories that we're looking to be funded. I think that's what the initial advisory committee has. We are going to have a problem if it's a $35 million stadium or a $35 million office tower in year one, right? That is going to be an obstacle that we have to deal with if it showed up that way, or somebody wanted to come in and do skyscraper housing in downtown. We would have that issue that we'd have to deal with. So I don't think that goes away as much as thinking in the categories. I totally appreciate what you guys are saying. You're like, hey, it's a problem. If you are legitimately going to spend that much money this early, we're going to have to figure that out. And it puts certainly your, I'm following every risk that you guys are saying. But I think that also that we can still go forward. And I feel like that's what I've heard from That's my summary anyway.
Okay, so am I getting informal, move forward with the Tiberius scope of work? We'll plan on doing our best. It's probably going to be 9 months. I hear what you're saying, you'd like it to be shorter, but I don't know that that's going to happen, but we will move forward with Tiberius, okay? And then we'll shrink Mira 1.0 so that it doesn't conflict with future Mira 2.0. And then we'll be here with you in November to find out if the stadium is financially feasible and if it can fit into, talk about how it fits into Mira.
All right, that sounds like a great wrap-up. Was there anyone else? I am seeing none. We good to go? Got it.
Okay.
Hey, thank you, everybody. That was really insightful. And with that, well, I don't have to gavel out because it's a study session, but we are done.